聞こえておりますでしょうか。タゴさんの鬼道場の黒丸と申します。Hope everyone's doing well today. I am fashionably late because I slept in because I was playing Gravezone Warfare with the boys until very late. Thank you, Sword of a Demon. Congratulations on once again claiming first. We're gonna do a little bit of slop because I'm behind on the slop reacts, and there's a couple of things I wanted to take a look at. Funnily enough, so let me crack open the media share folder, and we're not gonna raise anyone's blood pressure too high today, especially not mine. But we are going to take a look at a couple of things. Such as we're gonna do a little bit of noticing. So we're gonna pull up this.
Hi.
Please hold on. Please hold on. Do not rush. We're gonna pull up this. Do a quick react to this, and you know what? This is educational, so we're going to do that too. All right, I think that's quite about enough for you know what? Let's do some Christopher Hitchens because the Japanese seem to be enjoying him, and for good reason. Let's line these up. We do the Twitter reacts first. And then we can do the YouTube sloppa. All right, let's see. Christopher Hitchens on Islam. Actually, one of the more advanced thinkers on Islam, way ahead his time, cut through the sort of the longhouse bullshit regarding the topic pretty early on, which I respect immensely.
As a Sufi Muslim, I'm very ruffled by the title of your book. Did you have to settle for the literal negation of Allahu Akbar?
Yes. At the moment, it's very clear to me the most toxic form that religion takes is the Islamic form. The horrible idea of wanting to end up with Sharia, the state of religious law, and that the best means of getting there is jihad, holy war, and that Muslims have a special right to feel aggrieved enough to demand this, I think is an absolute obscene wickedness.
Now hold on for a moment. Let's grab onto that thought for just a moment and think and consider, where are we seeing that exact sentiment taking root now? The internet pseudo-tradcons, the contrarian right religious grift is very much adopting the self-same tactics. Because they are, in no uncertain terms, advocating for religious law, and I understand that as of right now it is mostly to farm clicks, but I think that given the opportunity, a religious war is not entirely out of the question for these people.
And I think their religion is nonsense. God speaks to some illiterate merchant warlord in Arabia, and it contains the answers to all human. Don't waste my time. It's bullshit.
But you're saying the same about it.
Also that God speaks, the Archangel Gabriel speaks only Arabic. All religions claim to be revealed truth. But Islam rather dangerously says, ours is the last and final one. There can't be any more after this. This is God's last word. Now that's straight away a temptation to violence and intolerance, and if you note, it's a temptation they seem quite willing to fall for. Every Allahu Akbar reminds people that we're in a very serious struggle. We're very depraved.
I mean, no lie detected. All right, moving on. Yes. So, we have observed a Redditor has been caught leaving his humble abode. He has been seen out in the wild. There was a question from, I believe, Dom, as to what to do in this situation. So we're going to take a look at this absolute specimen, and then we're going to case it, because I do have a prescription of what to do in this situation.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
It's kind of unfair to spoil the whole thing.
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Brother really treats life as if it's a skill check, and he really thinks that he has the charisma stat to just pass it like that with random bullshit.
This fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter,
What are
man?
you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro, if you don't
Open this
leave...
fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
You're not breaking down shit, my guy. I see your fucking over-fat physiognomy.
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone
We
in
are
this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
Guy looks like how an R politics user would, in your opinion? Very possibly so. Trench coat over a Demon Slayer shirt would look like sweatpants and slippers. And he just stands there.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong in this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
Hey there, not
My
Linkara.
name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
I don't know about that, not Linkara. He looks like he's been posting coal his entire life.
No. Or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
The only thing you can fucking end is a carton of ice cream. What the f... He actually looks like a human Chudjack. Not really. You need to remember that the Chudjack had an actual, what do you call that? An actual prototype. The Chudjack is based on a real person who looks very different from this dude. Look at this man. He is ravaged by believing in happenings. He does not aspire to the purity that is knowing that nothing ever happens. He ate so many nothing burgers, he tried to make something happen and still failed. Alright, so the question was posed as to what to do in this situation, and a lot of people were sort of meaning, yeah, shoot through the door, but first of all, I'm not your lawyer, this is not legal advice. Let's quickly ban you. So I am not your lawyer, this is not legal advice, but in this situation, there seems to be a pretty sturdy door. He is not even in the vicinity of being capable of actually gaining entry. So I would say step one is to respond to him through the intercom that you will not do shit, pussy. Just to make sure that he loses control sufficiently long for the cops that you have already called to arrive to package him up. And if you're very lucky, then he's going to proceed to chimp out, attack the cops, and go into the forever box. That's the optimal play here. You should be armed while standing by on the other side of the door in the inadvertent chance. I don't know the structural integrity of that door. So just be ready. It may be penetrated. In such case that the door is actually forced open, that is your cue to shoot. Until such time, you wait for the cops to arrive and collect him. That is it. That is the extent of your involvement with people randomly knocking on your door. Especially when they start issuing fighting words like, open this door or I will fucking kill you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Right. Today in Why Commonwealther Opinions Do Not Matter. The Australian government just arrested our most decorated veteran from the Afghanistan war for alleged war crimes. Ben Robert Smith was awarded the Victoria Cross of Australia after single-handedly storming 2 Taliban machine gun positions by himself in order to save his own SAS team. And this is how they repay him. I spoke to an Australian Afghan war veteran who told me that the Australian government literally paid for billboards in Afghanistan offering to pay random Afghans to come forward with war crime allegations. What country on earth would do this to itself? Well, apparently Australia, England, and a number of others. When does the Taliban plan on holding war crime tribunals into their own people? When do the Taliban plan on holding themselves accountable for terrorism? Absolutely retarded to purge your own men when fighting a brutal barbaric people that respect no rules whatsoever. We, as in Australia, are a cucked nation. Free Ben Robert Smith. Getting Chinesian bots today. Should we look into Eric Swalwell since we are getting Chinese bots? You would also add to get a lawyer to see if you can sue for damages. If there's any damage, you don't need a lawyer for that. That's usually a civil suit. And I don't believe. Well, no, I think you can retain a lawyer in civil suits if it's not small claims. Let's see what the auto Janny heads don't really. That's what it caught. It caught heads don't, but not towel heads. Very interesting. But it is an unfortunate flashpoint in the cucking and longhousing of a lot of Anglo countries. They seem to be on this trajectory of punishing their own service members, and I'm not sure what kind of problem they're trying to solve with this. Whether this is just HR gone crazy and it's not part of a larger scheme, because they seem to be struggling with recruitment into a lot of these military forces, and the populations that they seem insistent on importing aren't very eager to go and serve the country. They're more on the receiving Gibbs side of the equation. But yeah, if I were a conspiratorial Oni, I would say that this is likely part of removing what the communists refer to as a passionary component in your population. People who have served their country, have acquired a certain competency, have investment in their country, and hold nativist ideas, who feel a certain entitlement towards their country as a function of having served in the military, which is a very common sentiment amongst people who have gone through military service, especially those who have deployed into combat, which is an understandable sentiment, actually. And it has generally been the consensus that the trade-off when one aspires for military service, and then when one performs military service, is that you are to a certain extent owed by society a degree of respect, and you do have a stronger claim to your country and to your sense of nationality. And it is very possible that the pond scum running these countries is legitimately afraid of these people, which is why they are currently holding witch hunts and trying to excise them from the population. So I guess if you're one of the vanishingly rare Anglo Chads, you may want to consider moving to the States, because at the very least here, you're not going to be court-martialed for, just doing war things during war times. Right. This popped up in my feed very quickly. I just, This is going to be a song, isn't it? I'm going to get my PP slapped for playing a song. So let's look at this instead. Shinyoto Ryu. I have not seen the school. I don't believe I have, at least. So we're going to take a quick look. Let's go to New York, Mississippi, and California. They're becoming Europe. California has always been the most European state in the Union. But I don't think, no. So see, things like extradition are federal concerns. So even if you don't move to those states because they are commie hellholes and it's not great to live there, but they wouldn't be in any real danger from, for example, the Australian government pursuing them.
日本全国でもこうした形のまま現存している建物は珍しい。この亀山演舞場とともに So
this is the Kamiyama Demonstration Hall. The presenter notes that this is a preserved building, one that is actually rare to see across Japan.
継承されている。額に汗し、漢中にしごかれた幾多の先人の思いがそこここに刻み込まれている道場。
This dojo bears the mark of past generations who have trained here.
この板の一枚一枚がその当時の稽古の厳しさを今に伝えている。
I hear that New York's mayor has borrowed people from gathering the New Year's ball drop, only allowing celebrities and rich people to join. You mean barred, not borrowed? I have not heard that. What is the New Year's ball drop? Aren't we a little far out from that still?
Shinyo Toryu Kenjitsu 宗家加藤文雄師範は亀山演舞場初代師範役山崎節流家から数えて4代目にあたる。
So the fourth generation of Shinyo Ryu patriarch.
節流家はその技を八代伊庭軍兵衛秀成に学ぶ。その祖は伊庭是水家秀明である。Shinyo Ryuとは本心を練る。
So they insist that Shinyo Ryu is Kenjutsu as opposed to Iaijutsu, so we should keep that in mind. A second, I need to renew my tea, and then I shall proceed.
ことを第一とするという。敵に向かった時、撃とう撃とうとする心は決起であって、決して実の心ではない。相手が強ければ。こちらはどうしても勢いがひるみ、避けようとする心が起こる。これが本心である。
So the core belief is that it is not a true expression of your intent when facing off with an enemy that you go in a full frontal confrontation. But rather the natural inclination of being opposed by a strong opponent is to avoid. That's an interesting thesis for a combative art, sure.
この本心を見極めて避けようとする心がわからなくなるように練磨すれば。
And through training you suppress the flight response and replace that with a combative response. Okay, fine.
で勝利の断りが分かり必勝が可能である。言い換えれば心は
And through your training you understand the secret of victory. I assume this is a reference to Sun Tzu's Art of War, where the key to non-defeat lies within you, and the key to victory lies within your opponent.
断り技は形であって形は心によって行われるから術より遠くにある己の本心を見極めよというのである。つまり自分の心技の形用いる刀に憲法のすべてが集約されている。 故に神行刀と流儀の名称が付けられている。
I would like to take a look at the actual techniques. I don't feel like translating this all the way. I am not... Oh, wait a second. They have sparring practice. Okay. I wonder if these are standard kendo rules or not.
礼に始まり、礼に終わる武道の道は、神行と剣術にあっても例外ではなく、むしろその厳しさに少年たちは好奇心を養い、心も体も日ごとに強くなっていくように思える。
Okay, the striking practice seems to be in line with standard kendo.
「神行刀流の技は大変に多く、大立ち、小立ち、二頭、座つき、塚取り、抜き合いなど多種多様にわたっている。ではその極意を見ることにしよう。最初は大立ち、表6本。
Okay, so the first set of techniques is the Oodachi, so the full-sized blade is the first 6 sparring techniques. Oh, Notary, thank you for the broom. Thank you, thank you. If you have just subscribed to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has grown. By a whole 3 inches and an additional inch for each progressive tier of subscription. Effects do not Sorry, it's the morning. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. Hello. We're looking at some sword stuff before we go into Gray Zone. We get a little bit of slappa. The Reiho is unusual because typically you would not have a single person setting up. Typically, both the Shidachi and the Uchitachi both carry their own weapons, but apparently not. Not in Shinyo Ryu.
内立ち、し立ちに分かれて行う作法は古式通りである。
Aha.
1本目、5つの変化を盛り込んだ技。立ちさばきは貨車刀、中合刀、中道剣、陰合刀、棒車刀と変化していく。
So as a Kenjutsu style, they do not seem to emphasize a lot of draws. They seem to be an older style.
Mm-hmm. もう一度繰り返してみる。今度はカメラの速度を変えてみることにしよう。
So this seems to be the basic flow for the Kenjutsu forms.
続いて2本目、合車刀、車輪刀である。
Okay. Again, we need to couch this in the understanding that this is very obviously one of the more early styles of Kenjutsu, so it's going to be somewhat rudimentary.
最 3本目直話刀。4本目は獅子乱刀、小尾剣、印射刀。もう一度高速カメラで見ることにしよう。
So far, what I'm seeing from the progression, as techniques become more sophisticated, they're putting more emphasis on lateral movement, which makes sense because it's a blade contact style, and more emphasis on central line domination. Me when you see a cool stick on the ground, understandable.
5本目陽和刀、巻撃刀、陽剣刀。
Good morning, Gecko.
6
So,
本目
a lot of the emphasis seems to be on domineering through geometry, which is a common through line in a lot of kenjutsu styles.
射発刀、陽遊。
Rather, it seems to be a lot of manipulating your opponent's sword through affecting its center of gravity while moving, which requires quite a bit of proprioception in order to do well.
剣、別射刀。
Very good demonstration of taisabaki. Actually, that's a very common form across different kenjutsu styles.
以上が新行刀流大立ち表六本の太刀筋である。
There seems to be EI as well. Let's see it. Okay, interesting. Seems to be a little bit similar to Susui Shiryu. Sosui Shiryu.
次が表4本目右小中刀。
The Chiburi is interesting. In the sense that it's barely even performed. There's a
次
very...
が裏4本目右逆射刀。
That's a respectable length of a blade, actually. You can tell that this gentleman over here, first of all, that is definitely a sharp blade. This is not an Eniaito. And that is a blade of respectable length. This man cuts.
これが裏6本目延期刀。
It's difficult to tell what his height is, but even respective to his height, that is a long blade. That is quite possibly a 10.6 shaku blade.
新行刀には抜き合いだけでも6つの型と裏6か条に決められた12の形が残されている。そしてこれらの多くは口伝え、つまり口伝によってのみその技が伝えられているのである。 抜き合いの奥伝座付き塚取りである。
Mm-hmm. So weapon retention kata. It would be interesting to analyze the curriculum of weapon retention kata and to see whether or not there's any learning that can be transferred over to modern weapon retention in the context of a concealed handgun. Yeah, definitely not that one. Definitely not the one where you just let the dude have your sword. Interesting that their etiquette does not require turning the blade towards you when passing it on. Unless I've missed it. Ate miho, okay.
このように座付き塚取りには座ったもの立ったものそれぞれ3本ずつがあり、武士が相手に刀を取られそうになった時に身を守るための技として残されている。
Again, fairly primitive. This seems to be one of the early attempts to sort of systematize and categorize movements in order to pass them on.
枕刀。槍とも薙刀とも取れるこの武器は他の流派に見ることはできない。信行刀流の場合にもこの枕刀を使う技は
So the makuragata seems to be a polearm that is particular to Shinryo Ryu, similar in some aspects both to the yari, the spear, and to the naginata, the halberd, but seemingly unique to the Shinryo Ryu style.
残されていない。多分このような使い方をされていたのであろう。
Habun, why is he saying maybe?
このように取れるこの武器は槍とも薙刀とも取れるこの武器は他の流派に見ることはできない。信行刀流の場合にもこの枕刀を使う技は残されていない。
Shinryo Ryu does not that has not maintained any formalized techniques for using it. Interesting.
多分このような使い方をされていたのであろう。
So they are hypothesizing that this was the means by which it was used. It is unfortunate when knowledge is lost. It saddens me. As a collector of
立ち会いの中に
old
二刀の
techniques.
型が6本伝えられている。
Aha. So 6 forms requiring nito, or
向
two.
こう万字、横万字、横万字山、統合切り、総まくり、青岩破り、流雪刀、鷹の葉。
That looks very similar to the Nita Nichiryu forms that I've seen. Let's keep looking.
三神刀、無拍子である。
My big complaint about Nita Nichiryu is that they actually don't have the direct lineage that they claim. There is no direct unbroken lineage from Miyamoto Musashi in the current hierarchy of Nita Nichiryu.
信行刀流の立ち会い、二刀の妙義をしばらく見ることにしよう。
I mean, there's only so many ways to skin a cat. I understand that. I don't quite understand what is the utility of having your shoto behind your back, but okay. This I understand. You're obscuring your effective range.
交流は形によって本心をつかむように努めなければならないという本心を練ることを第一とする。この流儀の奥底は深く、その深淵を見る者は少ない。形のみにあらず、その本心をいかに練るか。これは武道本来の永遠の課題である。
The forms seem very reminiscent of ones seen in Niten Ichiryu. Let's watch this and move on to Gray Zone. I'm a little bit I don't want to spend too much time on slop today. So, a fellow a budding karate enthusiast has noticed that the karate of Tekken is actually pretty good. So we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna correct a few inaccuracies, and then we're gonna go on to Gray Zone.
Round one.
Great editing, though. Like, this is more editing than I'm ever willing to invest into a video.
Perfect.
That's just because I'm lazy.
In the lore of Tekken, Mishima fighting style karate is an ancient art designed to exterminate demons. Mechanically, it is the most difficult and rewarding archetype in fighting game history. But if you look past the hit sparks and lightning, you'll find that Mishima style isn't just one martial art. It's a living library of real-world karate evolution. The developers at Namco didn't just invent moves, they synthesized distinct schools of Okinawan and mainland Japanese karate to match the personalities of each family member.
I think the general consensus is that Mishima Ryu has its primary staples, and how should I put this? As opposed to, like, outside of the specific techniques like Naraku, which is Hell Sweep, Saifu Shinken, the Electric Wing God Fist, which are like universal staples. Omen Thunder God Fist. I believe that's also it is ostensibly a staple because yes, Heihachi's Blue Spark is a unique one, but everyone else has access to like their own OTGFs. Outside of that, the point of Mishima Ryu is less so sort of crystallized techniques and more so the basic core principles. So whatever techniques you adopt onto the Mishima Ryu frame becomes Mishima Ryu.
Each major practitioner within the Mishima hierarchy functions as a stylistic vessel for specific martial arts philosophies. Real philosophies that we still practice today and have preserved for centuries. I'm actually a karate student myself. I practice Ishin Ryu.
Just a second, let's see those belts.
I'm actually a karate student myself.
Ishin Ryu. That's not a primary style. That sounds like a little bit Americana karate, especially based on that belt coloring. White, half yellow, half white, yellow with stripes, orange with stripes, and then green. That's awfully convoluted. So let's say Mukyu is yellow, is white. Jukyu is probably going to be that. Wait, no, other way around. 9th Q, 8th Q, probably each stripe is probably a separate Q. So Nana, Roku, Go. Okay, so he is around Yonkyu, which is Not a lot, especially in an American promotion standard. So, okay, so I appreciate the energy, but let's just understand that OP is a novice. That's okay. It's not a bad thing. You know, the people who are most passionate about seeking out information about a given art are usually the novices.
Ryu. And I always find it interesting that years of well-documented and preserved pieces of ancient and deadly fighting arts would form the basis of video game characters that will make people rage quit like this online. So yeah, let's talk about the karate of the Tekkenverse, and if you want to see more like this, well, you know what to do. Jinpachi represents the oldest form of Mishima tradition, a style rooted in Okinawan martial arts, specifically the village traditions of Shurite, Nahate, and Tomarite. These systems were heavily influenced by White Crane style, which prioritized natural breathing, upright stances, and internal power.
I would add to the fact that Jinpachi Mishima is inferred that as he is so long-lived and well-traveled, he has actually tapped into the esoteric roots of martial arts. So I would probably say that his design philosophy and his combative arts are less so tied down specifically to old Okinawan styles and probably draw more from esoteric Tibetan arts, if anything. Yes, the general stylings are probably going to be closer to White Crane than even to Shurite. MK fell off. He can't wait for Ed Boon to declare that he's a woman. Listen, Ed Boon at this point is just a hostage of fucking WB games. Let's be saddened at the fate of a man who is forced to bastardize his own namesake.
Traits that would later go on to define the very core of karate. Jinpachi's closest real-world analog is Shorin Ryu. Founded by Choshin Shibana in 1929, Shorin Ryu is seen as one of the oldest styles of Okinawan karate.
So as a Shorin Ryu practitioner, I have to disagree. That's a big disagree.
Right. It uses high, narrow stances, natural breathing, and evasive footwork. It primarily borrows from its predecessors Shurite and Tomarite. We can definitely see this in Jinpachi's stances. His stances are higher and more natural compared to his ancestors.
His stance is also wide open, demonstrating a degree of proficiency gained through almost a century of experience. Wait, how old is Jinpachi in lore? Isn't he like 300 years old?
Mirroring the Shurite tradition of mobility and evasion over raw damage absorption. Essentially, Jinpachi represents the era of early traditional karate. He even used to use a traditional Dan ranking system as a means of progression in the Mishima style, a system that his son would eventually abolish in favor of raw supremacy. Speaking of his son,
Jinpachi out here like Hanma, just waiting for a motherfucker to try. Apparently Jinpachi wasn't as aggro as Yujiro Hanma. Apparently he was actually a very peaceable old man, probably as a function of his deep esoteric knowledge. Sadly, none of that knowledge had anything to do with fucking parenting, that's for sure.
Heihachi represents the completed Mishima style, a version characterized by brutal efficiency and extreme conditioning. And what better way to represent the brutal but efficient fighting style of Heihachi than with Goju Ryu?
No, you're swinging to miss, my guy. Goju Ryu has very little overlap with what Heihachi does. Tangential at best.
Goju Ryu, like Shorin Ryu, is an Okinawan style of karate. It was developed by Chojin Miyagi, a Nahate master and a student of Chinese martial arts. He combined,
I believe, as actual references, Heihachi's original fighting style, short of the Mishima staples, that one was mostly derived from Shitoryu, And I'll let him finish and then I'll nitpick.
everything he learned into a harmonious blend of
Heihachi represents being an asshole. Section ends. No, that's also inaccurate. No, Terry, are you aware of the Tekken 7 lore of Heihachi? Because that's not at all true.
linear strikes and circular defensive maneuvers, a duality that Heihachi utilizes to overwhelm opponents through sheer aggression. He also has a direct adaptation of the Yamatsuke technique.
Yes, Yamatsuki is found in pretty much every Okinawan-derived style. There's Yamatsuki in Kyokushin, there's Yamatsuki in Shotokan. You went through the entire story mode and forgot it all. Do you want me to remind you of it?
Called the Twin Hammers. With one hand
No, it's not called Twin Hammers. Yamatsuki is the Mountain Punch.
and being the jab aimed at the head, and the other being a reverse punch for the gut. Jinpachi represented the art of the Mishima style, while Heihachi represented domination through conditioning, pressure, and overwhelming force.
So, correction. No, there's actually very little Goju-Ryu influence in Heihachi, both from a visual perspective and like actual specific moves. The original moveset of Heihachi, one found in Tekken's 2 through 7, derives more from Shitoryu, as mentioned previously. His parry, the Shutomawa Shuuke, is not found in that specific form in shooty test styles. They prefer to shorten it a little bit, so his is more reminiscent of mainland styles. And in Tekken 8, actually, he was mocapped by a Kyokushin practitioner. Whether or not his moves are strictly speaking Kyokushin, I wouldn't exactly say. He is more of a, probably retains a little bit more traditional karate to his moveset. But yeah, definitely not Goju-Ryu. For one, his stances are way deeper than those found in Goju-Ryu in similar styles.
貴様が持っていたすべてをこれから奪ってやる。
See, now, the actual character who is defined by just being a fucking asshole, that's Kazuya. And even then, he still sort of has a point.
全てを俺は否定し抹殺してやる。
With his deep stances, linear power, and long-range engagement, it is 100% clear that Kazuya's moveset is based off of Shotokan karate.
No, not even a little. Okay, let's
A hard style of Japanese karate.
Let's not call Shotokan a hard style, please. That absolutely is not. It is the origin point of point karate. What do you mean hard style?
Developed by Genshin Funakoshi in 1928. Kazuya is defined by one simple word: Iken Hisatsu. In English,
First of all, that's 4 words. Second of all, Iken Hisatsu is a Goju-Ryu concept.
this means one strike, certain death. If he has the opportunity to take you out with one punch, he will do it. A perfect example of this.
Well, for one, actually, Iken Hisatsu is derived from swordsmanship styles, because a single, I believe it was Ito Hisatsu, where, in swordsmanship styles, one contact is actual death.
This is his famous move called the Parasite Fist, a forward leaping strike based off of Shotokan's Oizuki, the stepping punch meant to end a fight.
Oizuki is not exclusive to Shotokan. Oizuki is literally found in every style of karate.
Leaping strike based
on... That's first of all. Second of all, Patricide Fist is Gyakutsuki. Okay. How do I explain this? It's probably easiest to just bring up a diagram. Let me pull up my Japanese keyboard, and we're just gonna... Oitsuki. Tsuki. Should probably show a diagram here. So, this position... Oh, you can't see behind me. Sucks to suck, I guess. There you go. This position is Oitsuki. Seiken Chudan Oitsuki. Oizuki is the pursuing thrust, meaning that it is matched with your stepping leg. So Oizuki is yes, a form of advancing punch. Technically, any punch in karate is advancing. That's besides the point. If it is matched with your advancing, if it's the lead leg punch, it's going to be Oizuki. If it is the back leg matched punch, so same stance, but it's going to be the right hand instead of the left hand, then that becomes Gyakutsuki. So think of it as shit, I don't know my boxing vernacular well. So Oizuki is more of a straight, and the Gyakutsuki is going to be the cross.
Off of Shotokan's Oizuki, the stepping punch meant to...
If anything, Shotokan, advanced Shotokan, doesn't really rely on Oizuki that much. If anything, they rely more on Kizamitsuki, which is an advancing... It's as close to a jab as you get in karate styles.
To end a fight in one blow. However, while Kazuya is first and foremost a fundamentalist,
and also, his stances are not long and deep, my guy. His stances, especially his default combat stance, is actually very high. His default fighting stance is the actual stance that I use for sparring. Mishima Kazuya. Let's see if there's even a picture of him in gameplay. You know what? I don't feel like searching for it. If we get a freeze frame, then I'll stop there. And actually, no, that's... You know what? It is Street Fighter X Tekken, but it sort of gets the point across. So wait, this is some kind of fucking mod, no? This is Tekken 7. Or is it? No, that's Smash Bros. So yeah, Kazuya stands in a tall, bladed stance with his right hand chambered for a good long-reaching cross, for a good long-distance Gyakutsuki, and his left hand is put up in a cross guard. This is, by definition, a modern karate fencing stance. Again, I adopted this particular fighting stance once I started engaging in rule sets that, include punches to the face.
He's certainly no purist. Unlike his predecessors, he will definitely take from other karate styles.
If anything, his Enbu from Tekken 5. Let me quickly look at that. Let me post my hypothesis first, though. Kazuya, as a function of being mocapped by Ryunoshima, is actually predominantly a Kyokushin-based character. Tekken 5. You know, because he has a move that's called Stature Smasher, which is just a heavy Gedan Mawashigiri. A move that is just not found in any other mainline karate style. Actually, probably Tekken 6 is... I just want to see his intro and outro. He does the flying kick here. One of his enders, one of his post-fight enders is... Let's see. That's just the flash punch.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, maybe he only does that in Tekken 5, actually. I will, once I find what I need to, I'll explain. Kazuya Mishima, blah blah blah, you win.
Round 2. Fight.
Shosen wa Zako datta na. Nice win, God Fist.
You win.
So, that element there is a fragment of a Kyokushin Renraku. Renraku is a form of drilling which emphasizes movement while striking.
You win.
Does he only have the one? I feel like I've seen him do others. Was that in Tag 2? I just have a character intros, win pose, all special win poses, team win poses. Can I just get the Kazuya one? No, that's Tag 1. Tekken 2.
Kazuya Mishima, win. Kazuya Mishima, win. Kazuya Mishima, win.
There, that is a classic Kyokushin Renraku done, if I recall correctly, for your brown belt exam, if not the black belt, one of those.
Kazuya Mishima, win.
That's just a flash punch.
Kazuya Mishima, win. Kazuya Mishima, win. You win.
So there you go.
As well, namely Shorin Ryu, for his various grab and counter techniques. My idea is that he might have learned that from training with his grandfather, as from what we saw, he seemed to have a more positive relationship with him than his own father, funnily enough. Oddly, some of Kazuya's techniques were also performed by Ryu Narushima.
All of them were mocap by Ryu Narushima sensei.
A famous Kyokushin karateka. This has added some elements of Kyokushin with specific axe kicks.
Mostly the low kick. The low kicks and the high roundhouses. Those are Narushima's calling card to this day.
However, for a more pure Kyokushin experience, we're gonna have to hop over to the next generation. Jin Kazama serves as the stylistic outlier of the Mishima family. Initially, he trained in both Mishima-style karate and Kazama-style self-defense, But after Heihachi's betrayal, Jin abandoned Mishima fighting karate, choosing to unlearn the style that he viewed as evil and transition to a more traditional karate style, which is explicitly based off of Kyokushin. Founded
Nice.
in 1964 by Masatotsu Oyama, Kyokushin
Masutatsu Ayama.
is a full contact style that emphasizes physical endurance, hard sparring, or kumite, and circular striking that incorporates kicks, knees, and low strikes. It's often referred to as the complete opposite of Shotokan karate, which is fitting considering the dynamic between Kazuya and Jin.
It has nothing to do with anything because Kazuya is also based on Kyokushin, but please continue.
Jin's moveset often reflects this shift with grounded, realistic movement that includes techniques such as the Geidan Mawashigeri. Then there's Jin's
A move that Kazuya also has. Kazuya's Stature Breaker is literally just a heavy body weight low kick. It is just a Gedan Mawashigeri.
parry system. Most parry systems usually rely on stunning the opponent. For Jin, however, he uses a technique that directly mirrors the Kyokushin's Taisabaki. Taisabaki is a fundamental movement in footwork.
So Taisabaki is not unique to Kyokushin. Taisabaki is a universal martial arts skill. If anything, first of all, Jin's parry is not Taisabaki. Jin's parry is Ukenagashi. You can say that Ukenagashi, through its logic, is closer to is more commonly found in Kyokushin, just due to the rule sets that we operate on. We go through a lot of conditioning, we do a lot of body strikes, and in order to not accumulate damage, one of the means of doing that is getting good at Ukenagashi. And I'm blanking on the name of the gentleman who's actually done a lot of work sort of perfecting the Ukenagashi approach here. It's not Kenji Midori. Damn it. No, not Yamaki. Yamaki was a more sort of straight-laced striker. Damn, I am blanking on the name. If it comes back to me, I'll look into it.
Footwork used to evade attacks while simultaneously positioning your.
It's funny that again he's showing that Taisabaki, yes, a concept uniquely found in Kyokushin, shows footage of Moro Higawana, the patriarch of Goju-ryu,
yourself to its counterattack. It's all about moving your center line off of your opponent's line of attack through circular or diagonal motions. The motion capture for Kazuya, Ryo Narishima, also did work for Jin. I think it's one of the best displays of his expertise right here, as we see Jin performing the Yansu Kata in Tekken 4.
That, first of all, this may be actually, yes, this is Tekken 4, but this is not the Yansu Kata. This is Pinansu no Yon. Your B-roll is wrong, my guy. Please. You seem like a cerebral individual. Please fact check a little bit better, okay?
Jin strikes having the correct weight, rotation, and snap. He easily becomes one of the most grounded Mishima family members.
Well, up until Tekken 8, but yeah, that's...
Now, with Rina being the newest Mishima, she is the most radical. Introduced in Tekken 8, Rina's moveset...
I kind of hard disagree. Right out of the bat, right out of the box, I disagree. I don't think Reina is at all radical. Reina is very much daddy's girl. Reina operates on like the exact instruction of her adoptive father.
Marks a significant expansion to the Mishima style. She combines traditional Mishima brutality with the highly scientific and acrobatic art of Taido. Taido...
I wouldn't call Taido scientific, it's more of a gimmick for people who are small, but yeah, sure.
Translates to the way of the body. It's a more modern martial art evolved from Gensei Ryu karate. And it also incorporates spinning and twisting and changing body angles to unconventional lines of attack. In layman's terms, it's acrobatic karate. Rina is by far the hardest for me to talk about here because I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't know nothing. Taito is a complete mystery to me. It's really not my fault because there's nowhere to learn stuff like Taito in America. If we did have a Taito school here,
So, okay, since there's not going, I'm gonna let him finish
totally
and then I'll...
This looks so cool, but I'll do my best to explain what's going on with everything that I've researched. So, from what I've gathered, Taito is categorized into 5 types of body movement. Sen, vertical spin. Un, rising and falling. Hen, changing axis. Nen, horizontal spinning. And finally, Ten, rolling and tumbling. This is displayed beautifully in her arsenal, with moves like Sentai Stance, Onsoku, Manjigiri, and whatever the heck that move is, I don't know. Rina's inclusion in the Mishima family serves to modernize the lineage. By choosing Taito as her second style, the devs created a distinct counterpart from the grounded, heavy power of Heihachi's Goju Ryu and Kazuya's Shotokan. Now, originally I was going to talk...
So, we don't talk about the bastard son and the adopted one. But to the subject of Reina. So, Reina is interesting on multiple axes. The Taito gimmicks are actually the least interesting thing about her. They did borrow a few elements of it. I think Taito is, how should I put this? It is more of a gimmick than it is a viable combative. I'll be 100 here. Like, you're better off just eating yourself to be of an adult body weight than pursuing Taito. But that is just my Kyokushin bias. What makes Reina interesting is that Reina is still trained in a purist Mishima Ryu orthodoxy, but her moveset is adapted to the fact that she is a 100-pound woman. That is the whole design ethos around her. That's why her flash punches are, not only are they not a wall splat, her flash punches aren't even a knockdown. Because what fucking knockdown? A lot of her punches are not seiken. They're not a clenched fist. They are poking and gouging attacks. Because again, what is the point of her attempting to punch you? She is 100 pounds wet. That's why her running strike is her throwing her entire body weight at you. And you will notice that a lot of her attacks are that way. She only gets any plus frames outside of, yes, Electric Wind Godfist because Mishima staple. She only gets plus frames when she throws her entire body weight at you into a single point. You don't think her being wet adds a lot of weight? That's sort of the point of the expression, no, Terry? So the Taito gimmicks are kind of cutesy. It makes for a good basis for her general athleticism. I disagree with calling her an extreme outlier or radical in any sense. No. Reina, by her character writing and by her design, by every metric, she is daddy's girl. She has been practicing and learning and perfecting what she was taught by Heihachi Mishima to the letter. Heihachi, being a proficient martial artist, understood that you can't just teach a woman in Reina's frame just mainline Mishima Ryu. He understands that some allowances have to be made, some adjustments have to be made. So therefore, she needs to emphasize more mobility. She needs to emphasize more acrobatics. She needs to emphasize more atemiho, more kyusho attacks, as opposed to just punching and flailing. Very likely, some of that experience comes from cross-training with his wife Kazumi. So, yeah, again, I think the Taito connection, yes, it is explicitly stated by the devs that a lot of her mocap was done by Taito people. The Taito people are funny. They're at least slightly less cringy than the Capoeira people. But I find that to be the least interesting part of Reina's design. So, and as a Reina main, I feel very particular about this. But good video overall. We're gonna smash a Reno that like. Yeah. Go give this guy a view. Also give him a like. I'm probably gonna pop off in his comments as well. But these are my general thoughts. I don't feel like engaging with trench grenade. No. That's it. I think I've yapped enough. That's all the yapping I had in me for today. I'm gonna go to BRB, swap out for a lower poly model, and then we're gonna play Gray Zone. All right. Now, once the game starts, we can hoppa in. Give it a minute. When do the new drops start? Tomorrow or tonight? I think there's a Twitch watcher patch included in those, if I recall correctly. Ah, there we go. The middle of the night or slight daytime. I'm gonna go slight daytime just because I don't feel like having half of nighttime to play with. So I'd rather just, do more in the day and then go into my nighttime shenanigans. I believe I had a number of gunny quests to work through, so I'm just gonna be tasking, so nothing in particular that I'm thinking of. Help. Oh. No, I no longer have my apple cider. We're gonna silence the audio right away. And since we are in daytime, we are going to swap out our ammo. I should really just set up a second plate carrier and just stage it with everything I need. Do I need another hemorrhage syringe? Probably not. Get my haterade. Grenades. I don't have any grenades on me. Vendor. Just have a stock of these. Apparently they do a little bit more, so I may as well carry some. Also, a funny thing that I've discovered, wallets can currently contain military loot. And that's kind of big because the military loot takes up a shit ton of space. We don't need to be in full auto. Alright, let's see our tasks. The wallet. The standard leather wallet holds military tools. It's probably an oversight. It's probably going to get patched out, but as of right now, it works. And if it works, I shall use it. Combat sweep for handshake. Let's do a gunny quest. I need some gunny reps, so let's go Tiger Bay. It's more of a nighttime thing to go to the radio tower, so I'm just gonna pass up on that. And we're just gonna go and do the gunny quest. Do a full sweep of the area. Yes, sir.
Raven, wheels up for base camp.
I think I found that out from Sinister, if I recall correctly. But apparently that is the current meta. So that is one of the few reasons to level Artisan, which is to get the big wallet, and it gives you even more storage space. Apparently the admin pouch is not great right now.
Raven, wheels down and ready to load. Ready up, we're taking off.
So from what I understand, you need to get Artisan to level 4 to get the tactical wallet, and that is currently the best wallet in the game. And because it allows you to store military loot in addition to cards, IDs, and passports, that's kind of your best use of space in your prison wallet. What even is an admin pouch? So it's like a purpose-built pouch that you have in your inventory, and it's there to contain specific loot categories that would otherwise take up a lot of space. The consensus is that for 75k it doesn't make sense, so unless you actually have no use for your money, it doesn't make sense to buy that thing. As of right now, I'm better off buying weapon cases and parts cases. Okay, this is daytime, and we are a sniper, so we're gonna keep our wits around us. Wits about us, excuse me. I believe the admin pouch also holds key holders, so it is essentially just a storage expansion that's not universal to all types of loot. If I at some point find myself having an excess of cash, then I'll probably buy and try it out. But it's very likely to become a cautionary tale as to what not to do with your money. That looks like a structure. You can become the Keymaster from Matrix Reloaded. You do that with, there's a different artisan item that does that. There's like a gigantic key holder. It takes up 4 slots in your inventory, which I guess it's convenient that you can fit all of your keys into one place, but it's also 4 slots in your inventory. Which one am I currently carrying? I'm carrying this one. Which actually feels a little claustrophobic. I think just a second. No, we're in overdrive. We're running things the way we should. All right. All right, this is a road. Roads are known to contain patrols. Just pop out of the grass just to have a good line of sight. We are passing by the radio tower. Again, I will not go into the radio tower. It's not worth it. Because I am not confident that I can clear the entire area out from the outside looking in with just my DMR. I think I got one of them and winged another one with overpen, but there's at least one of them who's still not bleeding. We're gonna correct that momentarily. Oh, mother... Alright, he's at the very least bleeding out. I'm not sure what my holds are here, so... I would really like some better arm stamina. The arm stamina is obnoxious to deal with. I understand that I'm walking around with a gigantic rifle, but still. And he's down. I don't see anyone moving around. So, just in case anyone is still busy bleeding, we're gonna move on. And come back a little bit later. I didn't even really have business in that direction. It's just, you know, stochastic terror because I can. I wonder what's even in that quest now. Surely it's not just a single... Well, based on the fact that we get very little rep with Gunny, maybe it is literally just look at campsite, confirm dead bodies, and move on. Given that it is a relatively early game quest that I've just neglected to complete. Oh, I see the campsite. See bodies. Road. Road seems clear. Let's ease into it. I don't believe I see a lot of angles. There's a slight blind spot in the shed over there, so we're gonna pie that carefully. clear. More instructions. Search along the river other for PMC operatives. We're following a road, so let's make sure to look long. And stay slightly off the road, too. I want to stick to high ground just in case anyone's loitering around. That way I can get the drop on them. Thought I saw something. We'll just check around this bend and we'll go down to the river. Alright, I see all clear. Let's dismount. Be careful. Rivers are typically not POIs where hostiles are found, but you know, this is a quest area, so it makes sense that they'd put some. This would not be fun to do at night. Alright, we are now outside of the search area, or rather right on the edge of it. Searching for his colleagues, that the guy was alone and he looked somewhere along the river. Alright, so we are looking for stale corpses around the riverbed. Seeing a bridge over there. Nothing stands out yet. I think I heard a fly or something, some kind of buzzing insect. Maybe that's an indication of there being a body. No, just forest things. Not seeing anything, and we are nearing the edge of the search area, too. That bridge is outside of the search area, so no sense in going there. Try crossing the river, I guess. Can I break out the flashlight? And given the relative low rep gain, I would assume that we're just dealing with looking for bodies. Alright, this is the edge of the search area, and I'm still not seeing anything. Huh. Hey, why is my flashlight damaged? What the hell? It's not badly damaged, but still. I'm gonna sweep a little deeper into the forest, just in case. Wait, how far in does the search area go? Not too far, actually, so... no sense of wandering too far. I really hope I'm not just looking for a corpse that's hiding under a bush. That would be less than optimal. I'm not seeing any signs of fighting. So this is literally the edge of the search area. Let's move back up onto that shore and maybe try digging a little higher. I'm gonna look up a walkthrough, so help me God. Is this supposed to train me to look for my own corpse on death when I'm trying to recover gear? I do not know what I am looking for. Like, it's not in the water. I've been by the water line multiple times now. Not anywhere in the bushes, at least not as far as I can tell. I don't even see anything vaguely body-shaped. What does the task say? Search along the river for other PMC operatives. So I am looking for corpses. Do a quick rehydrate. This needs some kind of audio cue. This is not good quest design. Like, come on, man. Look for a corpse in the dense brush. Wow. Much quest, very PMC. Such excite. Alright, I'm gonna sweep the area one more time, and then I'm looking up a walkthrough. Because this is turning into a waste of my time. We do have plenty of daylight to burn, but I would prefer to not spend the entire time like this. Right, we did a sweep of the sweep of the entire area, so... Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just listing you as MIA at this point. What's the quest called? They are everywhere. Gray Zone of Warfare. They are everywhere. $10 months ago, 6 days ago. Okay, good. Yes, unskippable ads, because that just adds to the quality of life of using the damn YouTube app. Can I please have video? Come on. Wait, what the hell? The hell kind of guide is this? It just ends at the first spot? Hold up. Aha, he's in a ditch somewhere. Let me look for the exact location then. Go the fuck away, goddammit. Alright, so slightly southeast of the marker. Thank you. So not at all along the river. Yeah, I already looked it up. There's one tiny pit. There's the other tiny pit. Could be right in front of me. Be around here somewhere. Up the hill in a tiny pit. You have got to be fucking kidding. Where? Driving me insane, goddamn. Too far, too flat, too many trees. Yeah, it's... I walked by a pit before that, but there was no body in there. Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, that's not a lot left. Thank you, Gunny. Alright. Well, search restaurant near Fanny Paradise, retrieve the package, and then bring it over there. Fanny package is a nighttime treat. Meet the woman in the designated location. She's dead, and that's a lab rat quest, so I don't care. I don't believe I have the key to the restaurant. Check on the artisan's friend in Namthaven. How much is this gunny quest? 170? Search and report your findings. Alright, let's head back to... I'm just gonna server hop. It's faster to... I guess it's fine. I'll just walk to November 2. I think I had more gunny quests up north. Yeah, I do have a number of gunny quests up north. Business or pleasure. What is this? Last fight. Don't care. Someone's doing midnight. Lab rat quest. Lots of running around. Sulfuric acid quest. Cash report. You know what? We could do this one. This one is not at all bad. Double agent. Turncoat's informant. Escort. Cash report. Ooh, actually, you know what? This one isn't too bad. It's a light trek through the woods, not a lot of interference. Alright. That's something we can do right now. And it's not too far out where we lose a half hour to just flying around. If I were to optimize for time, probably the best thing I can do right now is just keep farming the bridge to midnight, but that's kind of drab to look at, so not exactly interesting. So we're gonna do things that require me to move around a little bit. Because I don't really have Banshee quests, or at least not enough of them, not proactive ones. Yeah, it's look for hard drives. Yeah, that's probably it. Banshee is one of those where you just need to sell them shit. Tourist passports. Yeah, so it's just collection quests. So the best I can do is just sell them stuff. I guess we need to do artisan quests just for a quality of life bump for the wallets and for the key holders. I just really don't like dealing with her. I guess we can do the radio tower. My upper receiver is a little dinged up. Should I check on the campsite that I hollowed out while getting here? No, I'm gonna spend more time looking for it. Yeah, we're still pretty far away. I was thinking maybe I can call in a bird now. I'd say when we're 200-ish meters away we can do that. Not a phone in sight. Except for the actual fucking phone that we use to interact with the TAC map. Okay, someone's doing Fanny Paradise right now. I am kind of curious about this. Hypothetically, this is a premier sniping position, depending on the relative elevation between the mainland and the island. We're gonna go do the gunny thing. And hopefully that's actually gonna give us some Fort Nerith test, because I somehow have none.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to November 2.
What is even the point of leveling Gunny to level 4 now? I guess the handrails, the nice handrails, to build out my DMR exactly the way I want it. Because the quad rail is nice and all. Still not great for ergo some ADS time. Ah, why am I yawning? I'm drinking nothing but caffeine this entire morning. Alright, we can go ears off. Artisan. Last letter.
This is Raven, arriving shortly near your position. ETA, 30 seconds.
Shit, I guess I should do some artisan quests again. If nothing else, I need the key holder and the wallet. It's a pretty squirrely mission to attempt on your own. Don't really care for the lab rat stuff.
I'm here, move it, go! Strap in, we're heading out.
We were doing the quest for Brokers M9 last night with Drifter and JMez and Metal. And I think at some point, because JMez was down in the shooting range and I was doing Overwatch, so he was the one who looted Broker's body, and he's like, oh, it's a 1911. Dude, but he misspoke because he was still dodging gunfire. And I was like, oh, damn, cool, a custom 1911. And then we unlock it, and it's a fucking Beretta M9. Not only am I not a fan of the M9, boy, is that thing just, gosh. It's cool that we have the opportunity to, you know, go through and unlock it. That's great and all, but God, is it a fucking piece of shit. I much prefer this. I prefer my very tastefully Gucci'd out Glock that I still finished up on my own. So the grip and the grip module comes from Copte's Glock, but I put a slide that's optics cut onto it and swapped out the barrel for a threaded barrel. And if this were a PSA dagger, none of these parts would work together.
Get ready. 1 minute.
I think if I pull out my binos now and start looking around, I'm going to actually torch my GPU. Okay. Let's accept.
30 seconds.
You need it done fast. No, sir, I'm going to do that job at my own damn pace. You are not my fucking supervisor. You are the fucking gunnery sergeant. And you don't even issue me gear. I have to buy it from you. So I will do this on my own schedule, please and thank you. Oh, he's not even gunnery sergeant. He's what? Master of Arms, I guess is the formal title for that. Hey there, Fagoth. Sar, please kill elephant. Elephant kill mini Hindu. I don't believe there are any Indian people in this game, Fagoth. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Nor are there any elephants at this time. We may have elephants later. It is very unlikely that we will, but, you know, you can hope. How are you doing, Fagoth? Wait, is the Fae in your name, is that like a reference to Norse mythology? So are you ostensibly the fairy goth? You're doing fantastic. You'll love to hear it. Fucking Grease. Alright, the cache is somewhere over there. Gunnery Sergeant and Company NCO level is typically in charge of supply and logistics oversight. Okay, so he is the Gunnery Sergeant then. I understand that we're a PMC and we don't really follow the conventional structure of the US military, but I think it's a foregone conclusion that everyone here comes from a military background. You're a fairy goth. When a Finnish and Russian people say your name, British people hear it and think it's a slur. Ah, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. A study of slurs needs to be a new degree. I'm pretty sure you can minor in slurs as a linguistics major. Imagine how fascinating that doctoral paper will be. Okay, the gunny caches are not really cool to look for. Is there anything? Check a few of these locations for caches in total. Mark the first one on the attack map. Take care of it. He's not even giving me an approximate location. This is horrendous. I know what they look like. They look like a little hole in the ground. Which means I need to walk around looking for a hole in the ground. Gunny, why are all of your quests like this? I'm a PMC, not Dora the Explorer. Alright, it's going to be by some sort of landmark, right? It's not going to be just a fucking hole in the floor in the middle of the green, right? I guess time to break out the fucking searchlight. Dora the Exploring PMC Surveyor the multitasks, looking for rare earth and oil while gunning down competitors. Sadly, it's not even that exciting. We gun down the local flip-flop militias and wannabe commie revolutionaries as we apparently search for old caches that our gunnery sergeant forgot where he left. And don't get me wrong, gunning down the flip-flop militia at night is more than half of the fun. I did not choose my fucking tasks. Well, fuck it. Next one I'm doing is gonna be handshake. Because this is insufferable. Like, at least put them by a damn structure. Or by a tree stump, or like something that's a noticeable waypoint. Like, give me a rough direction here. So I don't have to scour the damn bushes like an asshole. The old gunny's 401k and VA pension isn't enough. He wants you to sell shit so he can invest in dividends. That's not how that works. Your 401k already pays you dividends on its own. That's not how investment tools work. If you have an investment, the investment itself pays you dividends. There's always some feature to set them off, but they have a tendency to be more subtle. A busted tree, a pile of dirt, a rock face. Yes, it pays doesn't pay enough. Yeah, sure. He doesn't seem to be the age of being able to cash out his 401k. Not on the ground. No, he's not telling me to dig shit up. He's telling me to verify that it's undisturbed, and then he's going to send some other unfortunate peon. Neil Neuter burner is the one, is a taped box in a room. I'm trying to navigate by feature. That is what I'm trying to do. But so far, it's not doing a lot for me. I am actually just wasting fucking sunlight doing this. This looks like a spot where it would be. And I found it. I'm not terribly proud of myself. I'm gonna lash out violently and just kill the boys patrolling this area, just because I can. Grab a flag, start waving around, chanting, that always works for pride. Not where I derived the sense of fulfillment, Fagot. Thank you. Thank you for the insightful advice. Did I not hit him? I better grab some hard cover. Damn, I think I aggroed them. I did not hit her. That is bullshit. Oh, because I was running full auto. Never mind. Well, I think I got at least one of them. Pride Month in the jungle. I am sorry, Pride Month is canceled this year. We are having Buff Boy Summer instead. Right between the eyes. It's usually, what, 4 to 3 of them? I outrange them so extremely that they really can't even do anything about me. I really love it when my dude starts spazzing out and fucks with my ADS right as I have the shot. That is so cool. That is so nice to have. It's such a great quality of life feature. Saw someone changing cover. Don't have an angle. I guess I can scoot up a little bit and use the tree as cover. Yeah, right around here is good. Off switch successfully pressed. What are we on? 3, 4? For 364 days. I mean, you can just use your eyes for that, Figoth. In most cases, that's sufficient. Is this hardcover, or will this get me shot? Only one way to find out. Do not see living threats on the right side of the plane, but I know for a fact that there's someone on the left side. Just gonna scoot over real gently and real careful. Actually, quite a bit of loot to be found in that area. I hope he's not planning to contest my loot after I cleared out the entire place. Where are you moving, my guy? Let's circle around here real quick. Up, there you are. I am not going to watch any any YouTube videos right now. You've skipped the slop react part of the stream, and we're not reverting to it today. Oh, after stream viewing. Life as a retired American in Guyana? Can you describe it to me? Give me a TLDR. I assume being an American retiree anywhere It's pretty good given the inherent value of the dollar, provided you invested enough into your 401k. Oh, never mind. He's gotten himself into trouble already. He's an ex-prison guard who's pretty based. Good for him. Good for him. Ex-prison guard like federal, so gets a federal pension or what? I don't see anyone. I still don't want to go directly into the camp. I'd rather stay on the outskirts to see if I can't score some pot shots. Brother man, fuck right off. This is mine. I killed them, and I get the loot, okay? Motherfucker, I'm being forced to push to make sure that I get my loot. Aviators, you got any keys, a little bit of money. Alright, I think I got all of them. Balaclava, masked balaclava. I have a number of those skull masks. I don't need more. Purse. Purse is mine. Slap that into the wallet. I guess he's just questing. Strychnine, luxury watch. Let's take that water. Alright, he seems to just be questing. That's fine. Ooh, gunpowder. I don't have the quest for gunpowder yet. Federal, who was at the Federal Corrections Institution. I see, so... Does he get any federal benefits? Like, is there some kind of special hazard pay that corrections officers get on retiring? Shit. Turn that shit off. Alright, I think we got the loot. Nice, right at the top of the head, too. A bit of cash. Alright, now we can accept the lab rat quest, since we're here and since we killed everyone anyway. Okay. Finding... Anything here? Ooh, ID card. Love to see it. I need to check the dead bodies. Report finding. Are you lootable? No. Okay. I need to report one of the... What do you have? Beans. You know, I actually need beans. Nice. Combat tourniquet. Campfire. Ooh, jewelry box. Take that, thank you. Yeah, this area is pretty dense on loot. I think I needed to report one of the piles of suitcases. Report finding. Locate documents related to the crash. I think that's by the... No, that's not by the windmill. Documents related to the crash. I think that's by the truck over there. Haven't heard him go into details. Let's see. Investigate the wind turbine, send the recording to Labrat. Okay. All in a day's work. Labrat is not the worst vendor to level, I guess, and she does pay a little bit of money. And I did donate most of my small blood packs to Hellion yesterday, so I do need some supplies. But to the point of returning to Guyana, me personally, I kind of dislike the idea of living full-time outside of the US. I've done enough of that, and it really does not appeal to me anymore. Like I've said this on stream multiple times, I have the opportunity to move to Japan. There's a reason why I'm not taking it. I could move to Japan on an American salary, too, or 488. So I'd be rolling in it there. Let's let my stamina restore a little bit. I would, however, consider vacationing there in my own summer home. That's my thoughts on Mauritius and Seychelles. Aren't those mostly tax havens? I really don't have any kind of special opinion on it. Just like I'm fiddling around with my teapot. There we go. I mean, tax evasion is based. However, I don't find them to be, again, I very much enjoy the core American lifestyle. The core American lifestyle includes the God-given right to cut a man in half with your semi-automatic shotgun because he broke into your apartment at night. So I'd rather double down on the aspiration to own some land in Texas. Especially if we finally move forward on repealing property tax. Alright, dude seemed to have been just tasking, that's fine. He didn't get his hands on any of the loot, so I'm not particularly miffed about that. Tax planning. Yeah, I don't know. Given that I don't pay any state income tax, I'm sitting pretty good as is. It's becoming the Brahat state of Texas. It will only become the Hindu state if we non-Hindus evacuate from it and just let the Hindus take over it, though. Like, I get that the black pill tastes very nice. But you either do something about the things that you're complaining about, or please proceed to shut the fuck up. I am doing my part by open carrying every day to make any Hindus that I can find very uncomfortable in order to force them to consider moving back to California or New Delhi, whichever one calls to them the most. Like, is Greg Abbott a problem? Yes. That's why I'm getting involved with the Young Republican Caucus. The online contrarian quote-unquote right, not to use James Lindsay's term that he has actually designed very, very well and then ruined. But, so we're not going to call them woke right, I call them the retard contrarian right. They bitch and moan, but they never offer any actual solutions. Well, they don't offer any practical solutions outside of throwing a bitch fit. In that sense, they're barely any better than the fucking Biener Waffen of Groypers. We are very much in a shit or get off the pot situation. Whatever costs the most, nothing more terrible than a migrant that's going home penniless and in debt. I don't care in which capacity they leave, so long as they leave. That's actually why I'm very much okay with the CBP app setting up that one-time self-deportation prize. Every time someone tries to whinge and minge about, oh, how terrible, we're deporting these people, you should be treated the same way as you want immigrants to be treated. Like, damn, I would sure like to be paid $2,600 and a free flight home. That would be nice. I'm not sure of any other country that offers that. Managed migration zone, literal offshore island, and his jobs, nobody's going to do. I don't think there's such a thing as jobs nobody is going to do, that's the thing. There's literally not a job that no one would be willing to do. There are jobs that people will be willing to do at a certain pay grade, and that is fine. That is why you let the free market figure it out. Let's be charitable here, Notary. Let's just say that comes from a place of economic illiteracy, rather than being just physiologically incapable of understanding the concept. I think there's also... how should I put this? I get it, Fagoth. Don't take it personally. I think that the younger generations have been largely gassed up into thinking that they are above certain work. And that is also a mindset that needs to be corrected. God fucking damn you, Gunny. Where do you hide these fucking things? You had enough of the Californian transplants? Gecko, we're saying to transport them to California, not from. Jobs with really high rate of injury and healthcare costs, those jobs pay very handsomely, and the immigrants are not at all eager to do them. There is not an unstoppable flow of Indians who want to work on oil rigs. They are way too cowardly for that. Someone who had a hard time getting a job no one wanted to do. It's solely used by white assholes to talk about industries they managed to populate with immigrants. Demographic replacement managers. They are the capo commissars. You know, we just wanted to get that off your chest. Gecko, you don't have any Californian transplants. None of them went to fucking Florida, except at least none of the bad ones. We absorbed all of the worst Californian transplants in Austin. Florida mostly got people running from New York, and most of those people are Republican anyway. Florida just keeps getting redder from its transplants. Well, realistically, Texas also got significantly redder. Because any of the malignant Californians we got have been scared away. They're a couple of hours away from Nashville. I lack context for Nashville. What's wrong with Nashville? Which one of the Nashvilles? Tennessee? I actually really liked Nashville. I was there last summer. Seems like a very pleasant town. Incidentally, I did not see a single Indian the entire time I was there. Also, not a single 7-Eleven. I think the two factoids are somehow connected. You will do your part in open carry, eat meat, sing Confederate songs, invent a new slur. I mean, inventing a new slur is always good. I think that's a very meaningful contribution. The meme war is everlasting. Open carrying is a must, but do so responsibly. Remember, if you are going to open carry a handgun, you do so in a level 3 retention holster only. To your understanding, they don't allow 7-Elevens, which is a great idea. I need that in Texas right the fuck now. Do they disallow those on a state level? Like, does Tennessee ban 7-Elevens on the state level from just even existing in the state? How do they do that? Please let me know. I wish to bring that light to Texas. It's not like 7-Elevens do anything for you anyway. How did they achieve this? I must know this technology. You need to ask a guy, but yeah. Please ask your guy. I really much want to replicate this. God, I see what you have done for others, and I want this for me. Have a couple of 7-Elevens in your area? Unfortunate. It's just something that I noticed because I needed something relatively late at night, and I'm like, oh, wait, there are not 7-Elevens here. That's interesting. So my round-the-clock options were limited to, like, Walgreens and CVS, which is not bad, but, you know, it was an interesting observation. But I actually quite enjoyed, fucking Nashville. Has very quaint colonial architecture. Not a lot of high-rises. Sits on a river. Some small spots are like in relative disrepair, but that's okay. I went down to the sort of it's probably the Californian reservation. I forget if it's the south side of town, but it's like on the other side of the river. I went there to eat at a Taiwanese noodle shop. So, like, the Art Ho district is filled, like, with all of the typical opinions you would expect of ignorant people. But other than that, perfectly peaceable. And maybe my experience is colored by the fact that I was there with GOA, and I got discounts at local diners. The food was actually very nice, too. Like, nothing especially groundbreaking. Like, it wasn't, they didn't reinvent the wheel there. But you know what? I went to a diner, like a proper greasy spoon diner. I had me a cheeseburger. I was plenty pleased with it. Trying to decimate the entire arts and entertainment sector. We have enough of Oakslop. I mean, you need to less so decimate it, you need to dominate it. I think that is the way to go. The Oakslop is the worst and lowest grade propaganda imaginable, and therefore it is incapable of standing up on its own. It is propped up entirely by activists. So all you have to do is just be better at the craft. And if only we could permanently silence the anti-entertainment fuddy-duddy Rhino right, I think this is going to do us a lot of good. Now, I'm talking about the Matt Walshes and the Kangman Lees. All of those fucking pogs that say, oh, you play video games and watch anime, you must be gay. My brother in Christ, not only have I slayed more box in my lifetime than you ever will, I also handily beat you in every form of combat. I can out-wrestle, out-strike, out-shoot, and out-lift you. Shut the actual fuck up. Unlike you, I don't need to grow a beard to mask the fact that I don't have a neck. Fucking full lumberjack Pez dispenser looking ass. I get very angry when I have to look for these caches. I hope you understand. There is some kind of land feature I'm missing. I'm also walking in the bush, pretty much next to a patrol. I really don't like that. I'm gonna thin them out a little bit. Whoa, that zipped right past me. Oh, I see you. Oh, there was also a patrol in addition to the checkpoint. I see. Don't panic. Run, 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 run. Get some hard cover. Get some distance. Get some distance. We need to get beyond their effective range and acquire some cover so that incidentals don't hit us. Brilliant, brilliant. Straight into fent hell you go. Oh, I saw that. Am I still running full auto? No, I'm not. That's probably just a multi-hit due to the shrubbery. Slow down, you bitch. Goddamn. I can't get a CNS hit because he's behind a tree. Did he bleed out? I'm gonna check real quick. No, he's still up. He's still up. There we go. That's unfortunate timing. I started engaging that checkpoint simultaneously as a patrol was coming up. Okay, one body... Surely there's not just one of you over there. I mean, it is a checkpoint. You would expect at least two. I don't see anyone else. I think these are also the AK jockeys, so they're not even going to have any good ammo for me to take. Let me actually go do that. Let me collect my ammo tithes, if they have any. Up, I see you, I see you, I see you. I knew there was more of them. Whoa, good shot, good shot. Aspirational. Unfortunately, I am still the better shot. Did he really try that with an AK? Did he really fucking try that? Check down the road, no one's coming. Alright, okay. We might hit a handshake quest after this. Currently the meta build is no longer the Phantom. Level 4 handshake sells a 3++ body plate. What do you have? AK shit, some food. Fuck it, I'll just take your AK. Money. Take the food. So handshake sells level 3++ plate, and Turncoat eventually starts selling a big chest rig. And apparently that is the optimal loot goblin combination. This off. IR, please and thank you. Who's shooting? The person is playing Simul. Make sure we don't get shot. Those were actually pretty good shots, if I do say so myself. If not for the plate, Dude Bro would have been fucking dead. How did I get him in the back, though? What, a pass-through? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a thorax shot. Bro should have been dead. Right in the middle. Love to see it. 3 grenades. Nothing much else. Anything worth taking? Ooh, lychee. Alright, back to looking for Gunny's shit. Now that we're no longer at risk of collecting a pot shot. Why am I suddenly heavier? What did I get? If I could drop the splint. Definitely not dropping that. Let's eat the food. Still not enough. You'd think that I really didn't get that much stuff. I guess let's eat the chocolate bar. On the one hand, I am miffed by the limitations that the Phantom introduces on me, because it is a heavy plate carrier. But at the same time, it's almost level 4, and I really like not dying to a round that is preventable. Alright, let's see. Some kind of landmark or feature or something that stands out. By the time the company leaves this place, you're going to look like Tom Berenger in Platoon. I do not understand that reference, I'm sorry. A McDonald's? Where? There's not a McDonald's here. Ah, there it is. Nope, that's not it. Just some shit on the ground. Well, this is usually where a cache would be. Ah, there it is, okay. An unnatural feature indeed. Gunny, please. Still in progress? Locate the cache and report back to Gunny? Are there more? Oh, there are more. God fucking damn it, I was hoping this is the last one. Needs to be a McDonald's in every nation. Kind of strong agree for larger geopolitical implications. Honestly, if it were up to me, I would say the Cube in Mecca needs to be converted into a McDonald's franchise. Scared tall shit, but you don't ask why, because you're pretty sure all those guys are dead now? Okay. Oh boy, it's a good thing I cleared out that checkpoint. Alright, searchlight comes out. I need to replace the light. God, this task sucks to do at night. Alright, let's try to bag this up before we run out of natural light. You'll sell me a reflex camera for 20k? I don't need a reflex camera. I found another one yesterday. But thank you for the generous offer. I will make note of it. Yeah, but I handed in that particular Banshee quest. If it's right by the checkpoint, I am going to be so pissed off. That's what you get for trying to correct your linguistics on form of smite and not know the difference between scare and scarred and scared. It's not that I don't know the difference, that I didn't see the extra R, because I'm currently in the middle of something. I'm doing a scavenger hunt for Gunny while also trying to not get shot. I also wasn't correct. Wait, I wasn't correcting you, I was correcting Seku. Just because it's on the BDS list, can there be a McDonald's religion? I don't think that would be a productive exercise. There's a Star Wars Jedi religion. There's not. There is not. There's a LARP of a subsection of Disney adults. Let's not stretch the meaning of religion to a point where it becomes meaningless. Again, I maintain that the Mecha Cube should be converted into a McDonald's franchise. I am a strong believer in that. God fucking damn you, Gunny. Where's your fucking cash? Beg to differ, however, the cube should be converted into a Taco Bell or Toys R Us. But I don't like Taco Bell, and Taco Bell doesn't exist outside of the US. Our colonial flag is the McDonald's. That would defeat the entire point, and also Toys R Us doesn't exist anymore. Now that I say that, I think I've seen a Toys R Us in Japan. I can't be 100% certain. Alright, fuck this, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. We should revive it in Mecca. Onii-san will have its own cube soon. It will be called Goats, Guys, and 9-year-old Girls. Not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Cash Report 3. Alright, I'm looking it up. Cash Report 3, 12 days ago. You leave their cube alone. You just get the Death Cube moved to Texas out of its Canadian Art-Ho prison. No, 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 no. We make no concessions. I want the Mecha Cube, and I shall have Mecha Cube. Wait, where is it? Give me a landmark. Come on. That's not great. That's not great definition. I'm gonna go and set it to 720 at least. Mecha Cube as a Chick-fil-A? That is tempting. Tempting. You drive a strong bargain, sir. I don't think Chick-fil-A is as culturally relevant outside of the US, though. That's my main problem. Like, is it funny? Yeah, sure, but it also needs to be culturally impactful. And Chick-fil-A is just not. It sort of is in the American zeitgeist, but that's about it. You need something that's universally recognized as a flag of American presence. And, like, kvetch about it all you want. The McDonald's is unrivaled in that particular sense. Fallen tree, fallen tree. This is obnoxious to deal with. Could do Popeyes with a free side order of 50,000 customers from Atlanta. You're overcomplicating what is otherwise a very what is supposed to be a very straightforward exercise in cultural dominance. You know what? I do have to say that a game this pretty runs very well with that many weather effects. We got rain, we have water beating off the... Oh, there you are. God fucking damn you, Gunny. Okay, we can turn off the fucking dinner bell. Where to now? Well, for one, I need to rekit, so... Oh, really? Oh, really? You want me to go to Sawmill now, don't you? Fuck. Investigate what happened to the... Oh, no. I don't want to go to Sawmill now. I mean, someone just cleared it up, so... I guess I could go to Aguila. Hi there. Let me message the guy. Oh, he's gonna show me. That's great. We're trying to unboring this chopper ride and the cash hunt. Listen, I'm not the one designing these quests, okay? I don't enjoy the damn cash hunts any more than you do. Right here. Alright, we got our stuff. You got anything good on you? No. Alright, I can go to Aguila from here, actually. I guess he did return the favor because I cleared out the entire airplane surroundings. Yeah, the cash hunt was like watching paint dry. I'm sorry about that. Alright, we can retool for nighttime shenanigans and then move on to a more productive use of our time. Does experience do anything for you outside of unlocking new clothing? But here's the thing, we focus a lot on the internal politics of fast food here in the US. and most of the world is entirely ignorant to it. And outside of the US, a lot of these chains don't really carry neither the cultural impact nor the sort of overall zeitgeist that's attached to them domestically. One of the reasons that McDonald's is such shit in the US and is a lot better in Europe is because of that overabundance of food options domestically. Is there a quest where someone wants phones? I have not found one yet. So far I've seen sulfuric acid, fuel canisters, encrypted hard drives, notebooks, well, laptops, excuse me, gunpowder, and DSLRs. No phones yet. I'm really enjoying the weather effects. The weather effects are so good. Alright. Let's offload our loot. Businessman ID card. I'm gonna hold on to the ID card and actually to the laptop because those might be quest items. I'm gonna sell the grenades because I do not need that many. I'll save the extra tourniquet. I'm gonna sell the strychnine just because I'm not really on board with the crackhead meta. And sell the shitty AK. Banshee. Buy all this. I need a new light. Apparently, so according to things I have heard online, and I've yet to verify that, but apparently the Harbor Freight light is actually just a TLR1, and that's given me thoughts. Initially, I thought it was just some Chinesium off-label piece of shit, because they just found, you know, molds and they finally figured out how to copy it, but apparently I was kind of wrong. That's 6 slots, that's 4 slots, and mine is 9. Okay, so I do have the biggest one. Let's put that over here, put that over here. Oh, I can store a passport here, too. I don't need to, though. Kind of superfluous. What does HF sell for? I don't know what what an HF is. Oh, Harbor Freight, $50. So literally next to nothing. If it is the same by all intents and purposes as a Streamlight, yeah, I'm kind of fiending for that too now. I just need a reason to go to Harbor Freight to actually pick one up. Apparently their ammo cans aren't bad too. I mean, it's difficult to fuck up an ammo can. I'm sure there's a way to do that, but they just haven't discovered it yet. Move that out of the way. And swap for my... Can you not? Alright, what are we doing? We have nighttime, we have the full night cover. I say it's prime time for some fucking shenanigans. That's an easy peasy quest. I don't really feel like going out of my way to do that. Anything around Hunter's Paradise we might want to do? No, I am not doing another cash report. Fuck you, Gunny. Investigate the LLA outpost and see what happened. Gun monkey. Someone high level is rapidly approaching that location, so I guess it makes sense for us to try to get there. It is going to be deep nighttime by the time we get there, so we are on very good timing to go and explore. A Galarian Slowbro. I don't see any of you engaging with the Pokemon game in the chat. Should we just discontinue it? Then again, I still want to catch my Ghastlies, so the answer is still no. But yeah, you need to understand that the subtle politics of American fast food are entirely exclusive to us. Well, listen. So you don't have materials for it? You can just start over. You blocked the Pokemon bot? Why? First of all, you can't block it because he's in my chat. He gets, like, I dictate the privileges that the Pokemon bot has. But regardless, the point I was making previously, like, one of the reasons why McDonald's is actually so bad in America is because it has to compete with other fast food chains. And its shtick no longer works. Like, having a good, consistent supply chain, yeah, big whoop, everyone fucking has that. It was great. It was great when they just figured out doing that as a universal, scalable franchise with consistent logistics. Fantastic. Everyone else is now also able to do that. A Chick-fil-A you get in Texas is no different than the Chick-fil-A you get in California. So that ship has sailed, and they can no longer compete on selling you consistency and quality. They have to now compete on selling you a guilty pleasure, convenience, and a lower price. Probably the only one still doing that cheaper is, what, Sonic, maybe. How much they wanted, two things you found very funny when talking to a Scot, how much they wanted a Taco Bell in Scotland, how much they loved Reese's peanut butter cups. I see. Interesting things to focus on. But the reason why, for example, McDonald's does so well is outright expensive as fuck right now for what it is. Not really. No. I mean, it still costs about the same as Panda Express. Like, you can still reasonably get your fix of Goislop for like roughly $20. Just bulk buy and cook at home. Well, yes, Fagoth. McDonald's and fast food joints don't sell food. They sell you convenience. They sell you convenience and extra palatability. That's not what we're discussing. We're not discussing nutrition here. No one is going to argue that McDonald's is a good source of macros. If anyone does, they're fucking high on crack. You have misunderstood the assignment here. The point of McDonald's is that you expend relatively little money for something that is immediately palatable. It gives you that good dopamine hit, well, reasonably good dopamine hit. You remember buying a McChicken for $1.60? Yeah, that, listen... Every time a Democrat tries to perk up and hit you with a, did you get what you voted for? Your first answer is always going to be yes, and second of all, I do not at all miss 7% monthly inflation. It's time and convenience. It's time, convenience, and mouth pleasure. McDonald's is still hyper-palatable. It is designed to be hyper-palatable. Sonic manages continued competition with a genius plan. Drinks are low overhead, have a fun, expansive drink list. I guess that's a point of interest for people who are learned in the ways of the soda slop. I'm not very sophisticated in that sense. I drink Mexican Coke, Martinelli's apple cider, and Wild Tiger Energy. That's it. That's pretty much all the liquid sugar I consume. Not big on any other forms of it. Right, LLA. It's an LAA outpost, right? Yeah. So expect Green Tip 556 to start flying any minute now. Huh? Well, I was not expecting that. Oh, they're behind the ridge. Okay. I thought this was a village. I thought it was a clearing in the jungle that would have been occupied. It was a clearing in the jungle, just not the way I thought it was. Which means I get an angle to shoot down at them. Maybe this isn't a nighttime mission after all. But yeah, because we need to understand that our currency has been very significantly debased. Can you just fucking die? There you go. I understand that 300 Blackout Subsonic is not the most hard-hitting round you can imagine, but still, like, holy shit. That is just rude. Is there more of you over there? I think I see a searchlight. Yeah, I see a floodlight. We're getting to business. There's likely someone in the farm proper. Right, reload when you can, not when you have to. Currency debasement aside, McDonald's is still one of your cheaper options before we get to Sonic. Because every time you try to go for something that's a little bit, you know, higher yield, you're going to pay more for it. Like if you go for a P. Terry's, for example, for a Chick-fil-A, you're legitimately going to pay more for that. And we're not even going to talk about the pizza. I hear more of these chuckleheads. Oh, it's a fucking patrol. Damn. That was actually pretty good. Grenades actually do things now. Well, I'll be damned. Free MP5, don't mind if I do. I need to get a whole carton of these. I'm sorry, if you run into a carton of Tahiris, I'll give you $500 for those. But I need a full carton. Not a pack. You know what? I'm taking all of their shit, actually. At the very least, I'm stripping off the suppressors. And the optics. Eyes open and activated. Good man. Alright, took yours. Whole cloth. It's not that I need any of this. It just saddens me to just leave a perfectly good MP5 completely unlooted. Light control buckshot. Apparently the best shotgun ammo in the game so far. Dude bro was not doing great by the time I started shooting. He definitely felt that in his fucking bones. Okay, let's leave this as well. Detach, 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 and drop. Alright, much better. As we were. Lipshit Californian Bolshevik voiced, you vile imperialist colonizer that were standing up for trans rights. I'm not sure those particular ones were, actually. I wouldn't be so fast to attribute that to them. I forget what the White Lotus does, but I think they mostly traffic drugs and eat people. So not even brave communist allies. We haven't gotten to the commie camp. Oh, which reminds me, I forgot to loot one of them. The lookout that I took down on the pier. What's in your pocket? Show me. Show me what's in your pocket. Come on. Must be interesting. Not particularly. No. Getting to shoot communist foot soldiers is just a gift to gamers. We needed to put honor on Mad Finger's name, because what current contemporary game allows you to kill commies as a primary activity? You can't name one. Oh, I see searchlights. Oh, make it funny. I think I got him in the head. Love it. You love to see it. I am having unreasonable amounts of fun with the magnifier. This is legitimately gassing me up into purchasing a magnifier for my cane brake. Motherfucker! I stepped on a tripwire and thankfully it was just a signal fire. I got so lucky, I would have just died there and then. I didn't even hear the fucking tripwire. I need to do that less. I am still not at all adapted to the fucking tripwire meta. That actually fucking scared me. I'm gonna read up to chat in a moment once I'm done flushing out the camp. Ooh, he's running around with his flashlight off. That's cute. Is that another tripwire I see? Alright, I have to be wary of footpaths because they seem to be booby-trapped quite thoroughly, and I'm not going to be so lucky next time. Not even, yeah, there are defo commies with no supporting evidence. There's propaganda, notes, plans, newspapers, it's fucking everywhere. Up to the naming convention. It is funny that the commies are the ones running M16s and M855. It is both ironic that they have to use American surplus firearms, probably sourced from, like, Thailand or any of the other SEA countries that use American M16s, and that makes them your primary hunting target whenever you want to farm good ammo. Have the plant allies of the Chaz Autonomous Zone made their appearance yet? I don't know what a plant ally is. That sounds like he bled out. Oh damn, they're pretty well equipped. They got ATVs over here. Nice. The whole 9 yards. Got a radio. What you got for ammo there, boy? 45 ACP Hydro Shock. M80 ball. Not too interesting. Ooh, food. Tea. And drink your fucking tea, and then I'll put it back. Because I can, because what the fuck are you gonna do about it? I already killed you. Ooh, military tablet. See, and it goes right into the wallet. It just disappears in the wallet. You know what? I don't really need, like, the actual magazines. I can just unload the ammo and be done with it. Unload. Unload the rock. Also don't need this in my fast access pouch. Please don't gunk it up. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Fagoth, I'm not going to tab over to look at links right now. That's just not a thing that's going to happen today. You are going to have to explain things you bring up. Not because I'm lazy, but because my GPU actually spazzes out and is at risk of crashing the game every time I tab out. Does that work on drone controls and ANZATs as well? Yes, it works on all military hardware as a category. Let's organize this a little bit. So shove that over here, over here, money goes here, this you stay where you are. Should I run something 9mm? Yeah, that's about right. Alright, so we need to go further in, okay. Let's watch for tripwires. You see what I mean? Like, I had to tab out to ban a bot in the kick chat. I don't know why I bother maintaining a kick chat at this point. There was a sign in that commie garden they tried to get going that read, "This garden is for black and indigenous folks and their plant allies. No plants grew, so you guess that means the white libshits are the plants?" I think it speaks more to the fact that even the plants don't want to be their allies. Everyone started attributing their failures to Lysenkovism instead of just them being sheltered trust fund kids who have no survival skills, or no life skills for that matter. I'm going to stay off the road because there are going to be more tripwires there. And again, I cannot count on those being benign little signal flares. You don't know where I am. But I know where you are. Boop. Am I really out of grenades? I guess I am. Senko successfully proved that even the plants hate communism. I mean, mostly Lysenko proved that genetics are real. Inadvertently, but still did. They turned off their searchlights. Fuck you will, Jungle Boy. I am coming for ya. I guess you're gonna have to turn on your little flashlight. How else are you going to see me? You just realize that modern gender affirmation is human Lysenkovism? It's a bit of a stretch. Hey, it's about as scientific, sure. Sir, consider dying. Thank you. Come again. Social ideology is cis Christian white male patriarchal supremacy is capitalist fascist neo-Nazi and Zionism transphobe racism. I hate how accurate that short summary is. Oh damn. That boy don't sound too good. Let's go check on him. I heard someone take a steppy step. I think I got him in the plate. Hey there, Mandalore. Oh, it's you. It's one of those wheezing bodies. That's, unfortunate. You hate Windows, you changed your mainboard, and now it claims your Windows key is inactive? I'm sure he'll be fine. Ooh. A bit of mini. We'll eat that chocolate bar. I hope you're doing well otherwise, Mandalore. I'm sorry you're having Windows troubles. But that's entirely expected of a product. Yeah, destroyed lungs. This sure sounds like destroyed lungs. I don't like having that light source. Anything interesting? Can I put that campfire out? No, I cannot. Right, I am looking for stuff. You know what? Credit where credit is due. At least these particular commies are actually pretty crafty. Look at them. They got a whole base of operations here. They have a little printing press. They're pretty crafty. M855. It's mine now. I don't care that I'm over encumbered. LLA hostage note. That's not great. That's not too nice. Next time you bring that little asshole food, just throw it through the door and leave immediately. He definitely caught something. You don't want the shit spreading through the entire camp. Code is 3869. Chat, can you please write that down for me? 3869. M18 Scout Compensator. Ooh. Just for the novelty of it, I will take it. 3869, thank you. Did I read that out correctly? Yeah, 3869. Alright, so there is a captive locked up somewhere, so we need to look for a structure. A locked structure. Ooh, gray zone energy. Let me take those. Got anything good on you? No. Right, so we're looking for more buildings. I see a building over there, so let's go explore. You have to be weary of following roads. Don't want to stumble into another tripwire. Up, I see searchlight. I love doing that. I love doing that so much. Just a quiet little tap in the night. That is an external light source. That is, I'm gonna investigate that real quick. Make sure that the perimeter is clear. Back off, back off, back off. Yeah, that's definitely a searchlight. That's definitely a searchlight. We're gonna not present a target real quick. And move around here. Pull the old hat trick on him. Ooh, a little bit of money. Thank you, sir. Can I knock this out? I can. Okay, even the floodlights are killable. You just need to shoot them enough. All right, 3, 8, 6, 9. Hold our breath real quick. Hey there. Ah, you're not looking too hot. How do I report that to Gunny? Huh? Wait, that's not what I'm reporting to Gunny? What the hell? Why did I even come here? Task. Investigate the LLA outpost. Find what happened to Jacob Oh, I didn't accept the task. That's my bad. That's on me. I'm wary of accepting tasks. Yeah, I think I found your guy. Alright. Let's go to Panther real quick. I think we've done all we can do here. Let's offload our ill-gotten gains, while hopefully not walking into a grenade tripwire. But thank you for posting the code, Fagoff. Always appreciate it. 300 experience gained. Need to walk around that sandy ridge. Sandy Loam. Who is she, and why can't I reach her? I hate that, courtesy of Gunny, we've spent the entire first hour doing nothing. I circle around real careful. I need to avoid him being able to flash his light at me, because my night vision will go down if he does. I have a rough idea of where he is, but not exactly. One more left. Fake Goth administrative assistant invents new slurs centered around rainy jungles. I think we already have those. I feel like that's a frontier that's already been well explored. Just an ambient light. Yeah, it's just an ambient light. Lights out. Ooh, a little bit of money. How much cash are we carrying around? $600. Ibelin bottle. I do need to refill mine. Oh, equipment box. What's in here? Cap. Nothing. Alright, let's move. Up, tripwire. Tripwire. This is why I don't like following paths. We are so over-encumbered, we can't run, so we're gonna have to walk 500 meters. Hopefully without running into any patrols. I'll top off my mags. Alright, as long as we don't run into any of the local drug runners, we should be fine. I think White Lotus Circle are the ones running around in Hawaiian shirts, right? This really makes me want a magnifier. By the time I unlock Banshee 4, which gives you the 10 MCX, I am going to fully on gas myself up into buying a magnifier for my red dot. It actually reminds me, I need to buy some small parts kits for my Glocks and for the MCX. Just to have those on hand for replacements, because those are wear parts, so... Things like feed ramps, brass deflectors, bolt carrier group, small lower springs. I don't really need a replacement trigger because I'm going to be swapping out the trigger anyway. So things like safety retention pins, those I will probably have duplicates of. But things like gas blocks, recoil springs, bolt carrier groups, firing pins, that probably is worth investing into. And because those are SIG parts, those cost a pretty penny, and I run the risk of them being made in India. Although, thankfully, they at least label those when they are separate parts, so... I'll at the very least know which parts to return and ask for a refund. We can grab the lab rat quest that's nearby. It's literally across the river. I don't believe patrols loiter by the cops. Alright. Let's sort. Strychnine is a sale item. Gray zone, that one I'm gonna keep. This one goes in the stash. This one goes in the stash. This one goes in the stash. This one is for sale. This is for sale. I'm gonna keep that one. Wait, this attaches? Really? I can just attach a 9mm suppressor onto... Okay, sure. That is not supposed to work. That should not work. If I try to shoot that, that should explode. You know what, that's Banshee's problem to figure out. I'm gonna keep the Hydroshocks. Feel like you cheated yourself because you didn't know there were rail adapters for the M16 carry handles in-game? I think you can only mount the ACOG on that thing, no? And it's gonna be such horrendous height over bore anyway, who cares? To swap out my Iblin bottle. Alright. Sell that. So that's gonna be lab rat loot anyway. Knife vendor, Banshee. Only fucking peanuts for that stuff, but it's whatever. Oh right, I forgot all the money that I brought back. Wait, I have a military tablet on me. I forgot about that one entirely. Yeah, let's keep it here for now. Oh, hey there, Kataru. What PMC did I pick? Mithras. All of the VTubers are playing Mithras if you're looking to get into it, Kataru. Oh no. How far did you progress as the other faction? You went for the $5,000 signing bonus, didn't you? You fell for it. Is it too late for you to wipe your character? How far in are you? If you sign over back to Mithras, I promise that I will carry you reasonably far. Honestly, we're not even in PvP. Like 20 hours in, oh, that's basically nothing. 20 hours is not an indication of progress, too. You can spend 20 hours in just the starter town. Did you leave your starter town? If you went for the signing bonus, you were what, Lamang? Yes, did you leave Falong? And did you get all of the drops from this flight? Remember to get your drops. You cleared most of Airfield and Bangpa. That's not too far out. Listen, don't feel obligated to switch factions on my regard. We can still run missions together even if we're in different factions, especially since there's not a combined completion anyway. We're not in PvP, so we can just run and collaborate on stuff anyway, so that's up to you. Imagine joining the locals instead of shooting them. Good point, Notary. But yeah, if Kotaru, most VTubers are going to be Mithras. Most people playing the game are going to be Mithras. Lamang and Crimson are the extreme minority of the player population. It kind of just worked out that way. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. It's probably had to do with the fact that, I actually don't know. It's probably because a lot of the bigger streamers started out as Mithras, and that kind of just, everyone sort of bandwagoned on that. How many hours into the current wipe am I? Time deployed, account age 10 months. Where is my overall game time statistic? Exploration, collection, combat, survival, weapons. It doesn't show it, but I'm probably like 40 hours, if not 50 hours in. Oh, actually, grenade kills. Grenade kills. Do we have grenade kills? Combat. Grenade kills. Frag grenades thrown 89, frag grenades killed 11. Yeah, if you feel like wiping, let me know. Reach out to me. We're gonna coordinate, and I'll handhold you through the starter tasks to get you back where you were. What level are you right now? Again, you don't have to, but if you decide to join the cool kids, I'm more than happy to give you a hand up. You're level 18. Oh, you've gotten covered some good ground. Listen, don't let me be a naysayer and mess with your fun. If you want to play Lamang, you play Lamang. The starter tasks aren't hard. They're not. The hardest thing about the game is understanding what the game wants from you. A lot of people try playing it as if it's COD, and they pay dearly for doing that. But once you figure out how the game functions, nothing is hard. It's just an issue of being attentive and consistent. Not quite Tarkov either. Oh, it's not at all Tarkov. For one, it doesn't function on an extraction system. Per the devs, the game is a tactical milsim MMO, rather than an extraction shooter. Next time we're in the same place, you have something to show me you know I'll love? Oh. Foreshadowing? Building anticipation? Where's this bitch supposed to be? Actually loitering around Falong Airfield. Another reason why it's generally beneficial to start at Mithras, you get fast access to LLA, and LLA are basically free M855 ammo, which is the primary hard use ammo of the game. Oh, I haven't accepted it. That makes sense. Meet the woman at the designated location. She's nowhere to be seen. Look for her. Maybe she's hiding somewhere. Of course. There's gonna be a mess of enemies in there. How dark is it? Still... Oh, hi. I'm gonna disengage from this interaction. Thank you. I'm gonna nope out of this. I do not enjoy urban combat in broad daylight. Thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. What we're going to do instead is grab the long gun. How are you enjoying Gray Zone so far, Kotaro? How's Lamang treating you? Why did I take the one incomplete stack that I had? Need some grenades. There we go. Oh. Would be presumptuous of me to run a 300 blackout weapon with no ammo for it. Not too bad, maybe a little addictive of a game. I am very much with you on that. I've been playing nothing but this game ever since 0.4 started, realistically. I've been kinda hard stuck on it, especially since Tekken 8 is no longer fun, or rather it no longer has any odds of becoming fun. I kinda switched over entirely. Can you not? Bro just lives to be difficult. What's your favorite loadout so far? And did you collect all of your drops? Make sure to always collect all of the Twitch drops, because those are very valuable. Even if you don't use the loot itself, you get a nice chunk of change for it. I would like to try the Lago Alien, though. It sounds like a funny little gun. If it's anything like its real-life counterpart, it should have next to no recoil. Running a 20-inch AR platform with a scope, 5.56 is versatile even after the nerf. So, I don't think there was a nerf, Kotaro. They've adjusted the way organ damage works. So it's less so a nerf and more of a revision of how damage is registered, so... But, nice to see a fellow DMR main. The way it works now, 20-round mags to reduce arm strain, not entirely on board with that one. Does that even work, though? Because the mag size doesn't really affect... your ADS duration. I whiffed that. I whiffed that. I still haven't tested if the weight of the rifle affects anything. You're not sure if the rifle weight, for that, yeah, because the magazine size doesn't have any direct effect on your arm stamina drain. It doesn't affect ergonomics, it doesn't affect recoil mitigation. I am inviting myself into a disadvantageous exchange, and I should probably back the fuck off. Probably shouldn't be lobbing grenades during a civilian rescue. But I know the civilian is dead anyway. I clocked my current rifle build as allowing me roughly 35 seconds of ADS. You get a little bit more when you crouch. Get buffs from granola bars and coffees too. I'm trying to use the buffs. The Gray Zone energy drink is probably the best source of arm stamina buffs. Motherfucker, I clocked you straight in your face. Kindly die. Although at this distance I'm probably gonna suffer from height overboard given that this is... Oh! Your gun is empty, you say? Here, have this grenade. The Gatorades, from what I understand, also give a bit of a buff to arm stamina. But it's so short that I don't really rely on that. The Gray Zone Energy one gives you, I think, 300 seconds or so. So I've been mostly relying on just not doing that until I get Lab Rat 4. And he bled out. Grab some hardcover. So yeah, I've not been relying on the consumables for my arm stamina just yet. I just learned to not ADS for more than I have to. If I need to hunt for targets, then I'm going to do so through binos, or just through passive aim and night vision. Have you found any of the camo magazines, and do you need help with those? By camo magazines, let me explain real quick. So, you have, for example, this Phantom Lance DDM4. You can unlock it. You have not... Oh, you found a handful? Good for you. Okay, then. If you need a particular one you're looking for, you let me know. Ooh, a buried cache. Chocolate bar and some mackerel. Not much to work with. Got one for the SVD. Oh, nice, nice. I don't personally run the SVD, so I haven't bothered getting it. I got one for the M590 because it was relatively easy to get. I got the MCX because that's a platform that I run primarily at night. And I got one for the DDM4 because that's my daytime rifle. It is just, you know, a very high quality DMR that comes very, very well stacked out of the box. Alright, task completed. We can clock out another quick task and call it a day. I am not going to do another gunny quest. I am not looking for the damn caches. True Grit. Retrieve the antique revolver. From Sunset Chalet, say less. That is my favorite place to go. Let's go Quebec 2. And if you're running 20-inch ARs, you would make good use of the DDM4. That one is a Fort Nerith drop. I do not guarantee being able to lead you in and out because I'm very bad at traversing Fort Nerith. I believe it's in the barracks, but what I can do is organize some people who are better at the game than myself, and we can run a 3- or 4-man squad to get you that magazine when you have time for that. Haven't been there yet. You did clear YBL for fun. YBL is great fun. YBL is not as unfair as Fort Nerith, is what I will say. Fort Nerith is a lot of... Yeah, the lore info is good. It's also growing. They're gonna do a lot more lore approaching 1.0. But YBL is very good for CQB, especially if you have the generator key, because that allows you to knock out all of the lights in the entirety of the bunker. And if you essentially have nods and they don't, and that's game over from there. The problem with Fort Nerith is that it's very difficult to clear it completely, and that means that you are always at risk of catching a stray from some NPC that aggroed from across the map and came over to fuck with you in particular. And it's very difficult to completely clear all of Fort Nerith just because of how expansive it is. Alright, we're gonna drop into hotel.
Roger, Raven is in the air, heading to Quebec 2.
But yeah, we run YBL fairly frequently. It's a fun little excursion. I see road. Roads have patrols. If you're ever in the mood to do some funny stuff together, feel free to let me know. We can just hop on to Discord VC to have voice comms, and we can just run missions. It's not... One of the reasons I like playing PvE, it lacks that cross-faction animosity, and I actually very frequently collaborate with people from other PMCs.
Raven here, moving out. ETA, 1 minute.
They let you squat up if you're a different PMC. You can't squat up in-game, but no one is stopping us from just running around and doing the same thing in coordinate. The difference between not being squatted up is you don't get push-to-talk radio comms, you don't get shared kill quests, and that's about it. Because you no longer get...
On my way. ETA, 30 seconds.
You no longer get shared completion on item quests anyway. So it's only the kill quests. How to make sure you're on the same... Oh, that's a good point. You bring up a good point. That's true. Yeah, you can't join on the same server. You need to server hop. That's true. Yeah, I guess that's the main limitation. You can't join on squad.
I'm at the LC. Hurry up and get in. Ready up. We're taking off.
Well, then, damn. I'm trying to think if I know any people in Le Mans. Probably... Damn. Tifrit probably has a Le Mans account, but it's a question of how frequently she plays on it. Ricky has accounts for all factions, but that's not going to be much help because she's on European servers. Yeah, I'm afraid you're dead in the water. SOL, as the Gen Xers say. I see a patrol over there. I do not feel like getting into a fight with them. I actually don't want to get into a fight with them. I actually want to piece the fuck out before they see me. Because I am at their engagement range and not mine. Yeah, we're gonna let those boys go. Am I carrying anything unnecessary on me, or can I just go straight to Sunset? I go straight to Sunset. I mean, there are only so many active servers. I guess you could coordinate to try to hop around and log into the same one and then verify that you're both on the same one, then how the fuck would you do that though? Because you can't see each other on the map. Okay, never mind. Yeah, the faction thing kind of breaks any kind of co-op in a coordinated fashion. Might reroll then. Let me know if you need there's that carton. Oh, the carton of cigs? Thank you. Son of a fucking hoe. He hit me, what, underneath the plate carrier? Motherfucker. Fucking bush Wookie. I got so distracted coercing Kotaru switching factions. My bad. Oh, that's circuit. Yeah, that's circuit territory. Let's see. Untreated wound. Let's get that gauze out. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm gonna practice some field medicine. It's funny that you say gauze, but he's using it as a bandage. That's not how you use gauze. Okay, keep your pants on. You're gonna be just fine. But yeah, if you decide to rerun, let me know. I'll just help you speedrun the early game. I understand that it's not difficult, but when you have people with you doing the tasks, it's just a lot faster. And drop some Ibelin. Yeah, if you can hang on to that carton for me, please, Notaria, that'll be great. It's not a right now thing. I'll eventually take it off you. How am I? All right, I think it just takes a moment to heal. I'll be fine. But I guess we just ran into another fucking patrol. Means there's more of them. Took one suppressed shot at some bobblehead yesterday from concealment. His friends managed to hit you in the pelvis from 50 meters, at least with a shitty Type 51. Medium with femur fracture. Ugh. From a Type 51, no less. That's kind of odd that a Type 51 would have that kind of stopping power. The thing about suppressed shots, even with when we're talking suppressed 5.56, the AI still sort of gets where you are. Same way as you can tell when someone is shooting at you, because the crack of the bullet is still pretty audible. Did I really just get one guide? I really just got one guide. That's so nice. Mithras security. You know what? I can spare another hour, I'd say. So if you want to do now, we can squad up once I'm done with this. We can pull in Notaria if he wants to. Oh, got it noted. Okay, so not a right now thing. But when you decide to pull the trigger on it, giggity, we can put together some good, efficient people, and we'll just drag you through your first quests to get you at least approximately back where you were. It shouldn't be too difficult, especially on a 3-man team. We can blaze through most of that shit fairly quickly. Like, we were running a 4-man squad yesterday for some tasks, and we eviscerated Hunter's Paradise. Also doesn't have to be on stream, so whenever you see me online, actually, what's your in-game handle? Because I can still friend you even if you're in another faction. Same name as on Twitch? Let me try to look for you. All one word? It doesn't let me search for you. Interesting. I'm just bad at typing. No, it just shows me some random ass Kotaru guy, but maybe does it not allow friend requests cross faction? We're finding out more things to know. That's kind of unnecessarily obtuse. I guess it would interfere with PvP. I would be interested in finding out which population is larger, PvP or PvE. Because we have to forego a lot of quality of life for the sake of PvP competitiveness. Like, the main reason we don't have clip-on night vision scopes is because of PvP, because it's seen as overpowered. Alright, he went down despite the fact that I forgot to switch over from full auto. I need to accept the quest first. Locate antique revolver. I hope it's not behind that locked door. Would be funny if I was able to actually run that single action army or whatever the hell that thing is that we're looking for. There's usually a patrol out here that I want to suss out. I'd also prefer to not rubber band in the process, that would be great. My optic is also getting worn, I need to swap it out soon. It happened within 2 seconds of your shot. If it was white, oh, Type 51, that would have been the locals in the starter town then. No, I guess that's just, you know, Wait, was it around Blue Lagoon? Because Blue Lagoon seems to still be a very mysterious area where the AI just gains sentience. Usually, rule of thumb is that you want to stay way outside of their engagement range, so that even if they fire in your general direction, they still have no real odds of hitting you. Literally southeast of Jefferson. Oh. Well, then you just got unlucky. Make sure to not roll gotchas with them. Got him. See, I am applying maximize advantage theory, meaning that I must shoot them before they have an opportunity to see, or rather, I need to engage in a situation where I have advanced notice and I can see them way before than they can see me, be it by means of distance or cover of night, and I need to engage them from a distance where they have no capability of effectively engaging. The axiom that body armor relies on your opponent being competent enough to hit it, yes, I did hear that. Because being hit in the pelvis literally means that he does not understand his holds or his bullet drop. It is an expectation that your opponent is well trained and educated enough to know that center mass shots are your fastest time to kill. Therefore, it's not exactly effective against idiots who just mag dump calibers from outside of their effective range at you. Like, getting hit in the head is kind of self-evidently bad. Usually a patrol of a couple of assholes running around there. Do not have a good angle on them, though. That's why I try to engage from ranges that are even outside of their incompetence. Like, yeah, sure, they can shoot at me with their AK, SKS, whatever the fuck they have. But not only am I outside of any kind of predictable accuracy, I am also outside of the effective range of the cartridge. Where even if it touches me, it does nothing. Which is a little bit more difficult with the LLA, given that, you know, M855, high speed, high reach round, caps out at about 1,000 yards. There, you're shit out of luck unless you're deep at night. I do not see a patrol there, and I don't like that. Because I know it's there. I just rattle their cage a little bit. Got plucked like 12 times yesterday with shitty Soviet pistol rounds. Light wounds after light wound after light wound. The only time he got hit with the rifle was M16. That ice picked through your arm, lightly tapped your chest plate. Ugh. The most injured I got yesterday was actually around here, because I was doing a rushed nighttime raid. And I got hit in the hands. With hollow point 9mm, which is still not a great time. Dare I introduce some stimulus? Don't know where he's shooting from. Ah, okay, he's shooting from the gazebo. We are gonna back out. You hold up on the rerolls till you see any friends with follows. You let me know. Yeah, sure thing, sure thing. I don't know a lot of VTubers in our circle who play this game. The VTubers I play with are Jamez, Drifter Fox, Megalum, Hellion. All of those are in Mithras, so. But yeah, if your circle that you typically task with is willing to go with you, then that's even better. Like, take priority with people with whom you match schedules and play with on a regular basis already. I don't think that's a target. I do not have eyes. Alright, they saw me anyway. I can throw an aid. Yeet! Let's see if this rattles their cage a little bit. Aha, okay, so there is one. And he doesn't know where I am. I'm not too concerned about the loot, so if someone decides to run in and intervene, I'm not too miffed about that. We have confirmed that there is a patrol somewhere in the huts. So now it's just a question of sussing him out. Somewhere on the right side over there. Right, he was not hit by it, but he was startled by it. How are we doing on... Oh, that was my last one. That's not great. He's in the houses. He's on the porch of one of the houses. I'm gonna wait for the chopper to pass over because I need the audio feedback. Do I see him through the window? I do not. We got some squirrely angles going around here. Also added a lot of trees, which I like on the ground level, but I dislike it when I try to shoot up at them. Alright, that takes care of you. We're still left with at least one of them down there. And I heard him pitter-patter around on wooden floorboards. Whoop, rubber banding. We do not want to rubber band while doing this. Do I see something? I do not. Where the fuck is he? Get him to move around a little bit. Fuck you will. I'm trying to wallbang him. Doesn't sound like it's happening to great effect. He's somewhere very close. Motherfucker, he was in the room. Okay, okay, crafty. My compliments to the chef. He was trying to clock me through the window. That's very cute. So I was trying to wallbang him in the wrong position. That sounded bad out of context. That's unfortunate phrasing, but you know what I mean. Any more of you over here? Some hard cover. Wall banging, yeah. Ah, you love to see it. No, he doesn't have anything interesting on him. 1911, grips, beans, leave the beans as they were. I hope that I don't need a key from that bungalow over there. Bamboo shoots. Let's turn that off for now. I guess I need to run more Sunset because I have yet to get a key to that other bungalow. A little bit of money, we'll take that. How's my water doing? My water is fine. Alright, now we just need to work our way upstairs without catching strays. Easier said than done. As long as we don't aggro the bobbleheads in the parking lot. First floor clear. A little bit of money. Second floor is likely to be clear, but we have to be careful when approaching it, because I don't want to be corner camped by a goddamn crackhead. So let's carefully ease in. See a body, don't see anyone else. Push. No one here. Scope. Laser. Clear. Okay, we're good. Now just to mop up the parking lot. Very careful. Very careful. Is there no one in the parking lot? Thank you, sir. Ooh, a passport. We like those. Banshee wanted 2 of those, I think, and I'm not sure if the VIP passport counts. Okay. Sticky note. Oh, nice, a carton of cigarettes. I needed that, and it doesn't fit. Okay, so all we have to do is just not die. Alright, but that's not what we came here to get. Let's keep our eye on the prize. Number 1911. Oh, a laptop. Yeah, we're eating good. Lamong's Underworld Rising. It's in the UN firearm box. Ooh, MCX. Mod grip. Less excited about the LS mount. Sell these. These don't sell for much. Firearm case. M590. MP5 5X. Ooh. Ooh. Kinda sexy, actually. I'm gonna hold on to that. Vortex low mount. Let me juggle some things around here real quick. Take that. Kangaroo and a bandana. Ah, someone was here. Aviators. Another carton of cigarettes. Over here. Over here. I don't know why I need 2, I just want to keep 2. Alright. Got a side gig going, wondering if you'd like to participate. Colt Single Action Army, sure. I'm just using the situation to nab someone else's property. The revolver is in a wooden case that should be in one of the tourist cottages near Sunset Chalet. Okay, it's definitely in the locked one. Motherfucker. Well, shit. Let me make sure that the other guy didn't have a key. And we're gonna have to go and check the patrols too. No, he didn't have a key. Requiring a key is my least favorite part about the quest designs. No key. The guy in the parking lot also probably did not have a key. Fucking radio startled me. You also don't have a key, he also don't have a key. God fucking damn it. Well, let's look in the shacks that we're able to open. And then we figure it out from there. Oh, you motherfucker. It's right there. It is right there, and no way to get it without a key. One complaint is every single rescue mission, the Civ support missions, they're already dead. That's mostly a resource constraint. Because they don't really have entity codes figured out for non-combatants. That's just not a thing in the game code yet. Any way to... Probably not. Well, shit. Fuck you, handshake. Not a trivial thing to add. Yeah, I mean, I believe they've teased non-combatant NPCs. So it should be coming at some point in 0.4. We're gonna get that eventually, just not right now. Alright, let's walk down the hill, hopefully without breaking our legs, and without running into another coked out patrol. And also, let me quickly send this bot on kick to the cum realm. I honestly do not know why I still bother with kick. Like, of all the platforms, it seems to be really buffed legs. A little bit, yeah. Ooh. Should I have switched from Filato? Yes, I forgot. Is it going to save them? No. There's one more. I think I saw him in a bush over there. I'm going through extreme lengths to get my bananas? Why bananas in particular? No, I'm just enjoying the asymmetry and technological capability between me and the third world. That's it. It's not that deep. How are you doing today, Digby? I do it not for United Fruit, but for the sheer love of the game. Exactly. I am here just for the violence. And I get to get some ill-gotten games in the ill-gotten games in. Do you mind? That was ambitious. See, this is why I say that they are very likely coked out. No sober man would attempt that. Engaging me from a full 100 meters away with an MP5 after I give 4 of his buddies new holes to breathe through? That was not a well thought out decision. Their drip is unmatched, however. I have to give props where they are due. I'm just hoping one of them has a key. Because sometimes sunset keys spawn Do you find payments everywhere on the map? Yeah, pretty much. I stick to Ibelin just out of familiarity, not because it's any better than the paracetamol. But pain meds are still largely a junk loot category. I just carry a bottle of Ibelin on me. Are there high or exposure pre-event things rotted their minds? Well, these guys in particular, I think they're human traffickers for sure, but probably also gun runners. Not gun runners, drug runners. I don't know, something about the aesthetic. The HKMP5s, the Hawaiian shirts, the aviator glasses is a universal fashion choice. It just gives me mounds of cocaine energy, and I respect that. They are as close to a Floridian as you can be in Southeast Asia. They are probably my favorite faction of them all. Alright, let's dump our ill-gotten gains. I want to clear out the bridge, take whatever shit they have, and I'm gonna call it a day. Which, by the way, Kotaro, I'm about to show you the best and most boring farming spot in the game. Whenever you need to level a vendor, for example Banshee, who doesn't have a lot of quests, this is where you do it. So we're at Westmore, and just north of Westmore is the LAF checkpoint. Probably should tell you that Melox is better than Ibelin. Oh, I thank you. I did not know that. I always thought Melox was one of the stimulants that you'd use for something. I guess I had it confused with methyl. Ibelin is just convenient because you can have a fire charge bottle on you, and it's only a single slot, so I've just been carrying it that way. Alright. What is that optic? T1. Not particularly rare or interesting, so I'm just gonna sell this. SIG MCX, let's quickly peek inside of that magazine, just in case it's AP ammo. Which it is. Okay. And unload. I'm still building up my stock of AP ammo. The folding stock is better than the telescoping one. It is just strictly better. I know that for a fact. And we're gonna sell the rest. Yeah, we're gonna sell the rest. It doesn't even have a suppressor on it, so... Hunter's Paradise, propaganda problem, survey the sawmill near the ridge. Oh, I know that task. That's a handshake task. I don't like those. Let's see. All payments have bottle variants now. Ah, I did see one for Melox. Package. Where's the one? Locate carton of Tahir cigarettes. Okay, accept task. Hand over them. Excellent. All in a day's work. Drink your haterade. 2 laptops. I'm just gonna wait for that task to resurface because eventually it will. Alright, we sell this, we sell this. I'm gonna keep the vortex mount. I don't know why I want it, I just kinda do. Aim point mounts, I have plenty of those. I'm keeping this though. This one I'm keeping. Tourist passport. Hard disk. Oh, I haven't accepted it yet. Okay. Locate tourist passports, report back to Banshee. It doesn't reset on death, so I may as well accept it and just hand it off to him. Yeah, he doesn't want the VIP passport. He very specifically wants the tourist passports. So, you know, Terry, if you really want to stiff me for a common loot item, the tourist passport is your best chance of doing that. I already have an MCX folding stock on here. I might as well swap in a new one. No harm, no foul. Let's keep this baby updated. Actually, no, let's hold on to that. Banshee. Can I not buy a folding stock from him? MP7. Dust covers. Not yet. It's probably level 3, if I had to guess. Black Hawk M14. Alright, let me quickly eat something and then I'll show you my farming spot. None of my mortars probably reach this far, right? Since I am in Crimson's backyard, technically. Yeah, everything is out of range, even the long-range ones. The farthest I reach is Fort Narathan Sawmill. That's fine. Alright, let's go hunting. So, your best farming spot, it's a little bit meta, it's not really exciting, and it's going to be a hard check on your ability to stay aware of your surroundings. But there is an LAF checkpoint on the other side of this bridge, which is populated, as you may have guessed, by the LAF. That is important because LAF carries nice, expensive rifles that sell for about $700 to $800 each. If you're very committed, they also carry relatively expensive M2 and Panzer body armor. And that's about it. That's about it. You just get a lot of money for not a lot of effort. You just gotta make sure that none of the patrols rolls up on you. Better loot than airfield? Oh, airfield is trash for loot. Like, the only loot you realistically get from airfield is the grenades, and that's about it. These boys have AK-15s and AK-12s. The officer is going to have an M2 plate carrier, which is not a plaid plate carrier to run yourself. I prefer the Phantom, just for sheer stopping ability, but it still sells for a pretty penny. You just need to make sure that you don't scratch it, and that's why you shoot him dead in the eye. And, if you're lucky, a patrol will roll up on the road down from midnight, and you will get 5 more rifles to loot and sell. So be careful as you approach, because these are not your typical flip-flop militias. These are a almost near-peer adversary. Loot at Tiger Bay offices is pretty good, but seems much less hazardous. I would say it's more hazardous. I don't remember who is currently occupying Tiger Bay, though, so I can't be entirely sure. This is just easy and efficient because it's a high density of good loot. Oh, this seems less hazardous? It is, yes, as long as you're managing your angles well, and you're not presenting an opportunity for them to shoot at you, and you just depopulate that bridge quickly enough, you just get away with the whole stack for free. They'll try to scuttle around between hard cover, so just make sure to stay on your toes and not present an opportunity for them to take cheap shots. Another quick consideration is you need to check for a Lotus Circle patrol on your left, because they can get unpleasantly close, and they're very aggro, as you have just seen. So we're just going to progress across from the bridge, sticking to hard cover. Trees are our friends, because not only do they produce oxygen, they're also very good at stopping bullets. So we're just going to make sure that there's no one to catch main character syndrome left. Just going to let that side of the bridge be for now. Actually, let's pop out from behind the dumpster there. I see you, I see you. Right underneath the helmet, we love to see it. So this should be all of them. The rain is beneficial to us because it limits their visible range. And we just need to make sure that there is not a Lotus Circle patrol, which there is not. Okay. Normally I would prefer to shoot them down before advancing as well, but since there's no target for us to pursue, we're just going to let that go. Now, even as we advance through the bridge, we stick to hard cover before we make absolutely sure that there are no additional shooters. These bodies used to drop jewelry. I don't believe they do anymore. In 0.3, there was always at least one LAF soldier who would hide behind that encampment, like behind that shipping container, and he would pop out at you. And I've caught some unpleasant injuries from that guy, but apparently they no longer do that. Right, so. Ooh, a high-quality bandage. A grenade. The grenades are probably the best drop that comes off of these guys. There is a meta way of stacking these AKs correctly, which is we take off the grip and it becomes a single stack. And we just work our way through all of the bodies, being cognizant of the fact that one of them, that there's a patrol that may start walking down, so we just pay attention to our surroundings and we should be fine. Anything else good on you? Ooh, a Thai spicy meal, don't mind if I do. Usually it'll take you 2 runs to strip it of anything worth taking. 3 if you want to be very thorough. Usually I'm not that particular about my looting. Spot will be spicy in PvP. That is why I don't play PvP. I am way too employed for that. No shade at people who want to play PvP, I am just absolutely not one of them. I play this game to experience the joys of asymmetrical warfare with flip-flop militias and AKs, while I can see in the dark and have superior military doctrines and technology. Not compete in ingenuity and assholishness with a near-peer force that very likely has access to prescription medication. I'll leave this one with you for right now, if you don't mind. Can you hold on for that? Onto that for me, please and thank you. We'll put that over here. We can snag at least one more. And put that over here. Put that. That's the M2 plate carrier, by the way. The Type 2 belts are also not bad. They're just not... They're a little bit heavy. The fanny pack is still meta. But I did run an anatomical Type 2 belt for quite a while. It's okay. Most fun for you is becoming the flip-flop, starting with only knife and working your way up only drops. That is a fun exercise. I've seen people have a lot of success with that. Drifter does that fairly regularly. My first kill in the game was a knife kill, and since then I've just doubled down on stealth. I really like the ballistic experience of it. This game has successfully convinced me that I need to finish building out my 20-inch DMR, and that I need to buy a Mark 18. And now it has also gassed me up into buying a magnifier for my MCX. Alright, let's offload. Let's actually sort everything first, just so that we have a clean record of our ill-gotten gains. Just a second, let me check my phone. Nothing materially important. There we go. Alright, sort. And actually put this cash to the side because this is not cash earned through this outing. And stuff that over here. And now we're just going to start reconstituting these AKs. We'll put you over here. I'm going to slot a magazine into here. Might save up for a Strategic Sciences MFMD. I don't know what that is. Strategic Sciences. Oh, it's a suppressor. Okay. Oh, is it that, like, the very overbuilt modular one? Is that the one I'm looking at? I'm gonna let the page load because I'm on my mobile data, so it's taking a little bit. Did I remember that correctly? Yes, it is that one. Apparently, it looks interesting. I don't have an opinion on that, but I guess it would depend on where you would want that to live. I'm not sure what the exact use case for it would be. After having to deal with all of the NFA fun when I was suppressing my MCX, I kind of cooled off on wanting to buy a new suppressor anytime soon. I really don't enjoy the experience of buying thing and then waiting multiple months to be allowed to collect the thing that I paid for. Alright, let's go take the rest of their shit. At the very least, I want that M2 plate carrier. How does it, like, it looks like a very front-heavy, so like, it, no, not a front-heavy suppressor in and of itself, but it looks like it would make a barrel very front-heavy. What is the value proposition of this suppressor in particular? What's MSRP on those? I already closed out the tab. If I end up buying a new suppressor, the next one I would probably buy is going to be a 9mm Huxworks, because I want it to live on my Glock 19X. And I'm still kind of on the fence about it. Because on the one hand, suppressed defensive handgun, kind of cool. Definitely has a very strong drip factor. I'm taking your fucking beret too, just because I can. What are you gonna do about it, nerd? Alright. Usually some good meds here. Ooh, 4U splint, small blood. Yeah, this med bag is actually pretty valuable. Can I? No, I can't do that. Let's do that. And stuff everything else into it. Take your hat, though. Ooh, there's a little bit of money I missed. Take your magazine. 3D printed titanium. Selling point of the core is the suppressor. So I'm gonna finish emptying these dudes out. Probably most I can get away with. Selling point is the core of the suppressor, and the module extensions adds a muzzle brake and makes it even quieter. Seems cool. Okay. Since the first rule of gun safety is to have fun, if you think it's cool, I think that's reason enough to want it. Because that is the entire reason that I will be purchasing a Mark 18. There is no objective reason for me to want a Mark 18 outside of rule of cool. I just want that little 10.5 box of hate with a quad rail. Hell, I'll even go out of my way to find a clone-appropriate SOCOM suppressor for it. I wonder what kind of optic I would need to run on it, though. Alright, I'm gonna keep my meds, because meds are, especially blood, is in somewhat short supply. Definitely selling the beret, because it's goofy. Magazine. Let's sell... It's the Banshee. This is going to be a handshake haul. See, 800 bucks for, I forgot to download these. 800 bucks for a plate carrier? Not at all bad. And lets you level your affected vendors pretty efficiently, too. Again, not the most exciting use of your time here. But generally, I try to swing by every time I see that the bridge is repopulated. Sell off these partial blood bags, too. Not need the Ibelin blisters. Alright, that seems to be it. Let's resort to see what we made in money. Alright, and just like that, we made something like 6,000 bucks. With very little expenditure, fairly easy, no butt-puckering CQB, no watching for angles. Very minimal risk, just a little bit of elbow grease. And we got to level a little bit of Banshee as a nice little add-on. Oh, I forgot to sell one of the helmets. Shit. Okay, 100 bucks more. And that's before we count the grenades, because I didn't sell the grenades, because I kind of want to keep them. Because despite being shitty Russian grenades, you know what, a grenade is gonna work, so, most of the time at least. What do I need to buy to optimize my storage? That's something that I'll figure out in my own free time. Okay. We peruse my tasks, just to make sure there are no collection tasks I can submit right now. Hard drives. Kotaro, have you found any encrypted hard drives? Would you know where those spawn? You recall, didn't the Russians abandon the pineapple design early on? No, that's still an act. That design is still in use. Yeah, that I understand. You found one hard drive. Was it at the airfield? Neutralize enemies around Falong airfield. No, it's getting late. I'm not gonna do that now. Survey nearby bridge. Recon the farm. Collect samples. Right, I do not seem to have a quest for new laptops just yet. I do have passports. Retrieve the antique revolver. Okay. Spawns in a PC near the lobby for the quest? No, I mean like the generic, the valuable collectible encrypted hard drive, not the quest one. Because the Banshee wants one and he's difficult to level. The Americans have ditched the pineapple because they sat down and actually started doing experiments to see if the idea behind the design worked. Turns out it didn't unless you turned it inside out. I guess that's sort of kind of what they did, right? Because this is your sort of... It's not even a pineapple, really. The Russians call it a lemon grenade. And... let's see. Gunny. And the American grenades are this. So let me open up the inspects on all of them. Across the dirt road, there was actually nothing on it. You looked, and there's a 5-man combat patrol staring at you. You made a fucking cartoon noise and ran into the corn. That's happened to me a lot. Sometimes they just materialize out of the ether to ruin your day. Sort of external grooves concepts, the American used to use them. I recall seeing those on older grenade designs now that you mention it. I know that this is, the F1 is a current Russian design. They still use these. So, yeah, and these are your American M26 and M67s. I mean, I got what, like 4 grenade kills today in one fell swoop because I threw it directly at a combat patrol. If nothing else, it was funny, which is reason enough for me to do that again. Let me quickly check. Do I need to replace any of my splints or anything like that? It's a 3-use splint, 4-use splint. Eyeblend is still fine, circuit is still fine, splint is fresh. Alright, my meds seem to be in check. Righty-ho. We are going to safely... Oh, no, we're not going to safely end deployment. We need to go check the... gearbox. Someone's already emptying it out. Never mind. Is that one of our guys? It is not. Alright, we're going to safely end deployment here. The oblong grenades were used in Nam, arguably better for frag. We found out they wanted more usable grenades for civilian concern areas, so we made the baseball grenade, which is still good. I see. Well, y'all can feel free to continue the discussion of grenade dynamics and their projectile efficiencies in the Discord, because that is what the Discord is for. Baseball grenade still has grooves, they're just internal instead. I think so, yeah. I've seen a cutaway of that grenade, and that sounds about right. We're gonna go ahead and figure out who to raid. Does everyone have their drops? Would you prefer that I raid into someone playing Gray Zone, or is it dealer's pick? Ritsushi. Does everyone have their drops? I'm going to assume yes unless told otherwise. Just be aware of that. Let's see. Let's open up my dashboard real quick. I'm going to assume everyone has their drops. That's what I'm going to go off of because I have not been given any other information. I have reached the sub goal apparently. That's great. You'll love to see it. Right, who do we owe a raid to? That is a good question. You know what? Let's. I don't believe I've ever raided into Bat at video games, and she seems nice, which is more than I can say for most people. So we're gonna go into her. Bat add video games if she allows raids. Let's see if she does. She does allow raids. Okay, fantastico. Oh, that's a cute little 3D model. That's great. We love people with 3D models. Ah, right. All of you know who I am. This has been Kuromaru Onii-san reminding you to pick up heavy things and put them back down responsibly, though. Make sure that your back is properly arched. Bye-bye.
They have to make everything gay. I know, right?